各位贵宾，行政院卓荣泰院长已经莅临会场了，我们掌声欢迎院长。Premier Zhuo Rongtai, ROC Taiwan has arrived. Please welcome His Excellency Premier Zhuo. 我们欢迎院长特别莅临2公约第4次国家报告国际审查会议开幕式。Welcome to the opening ceremony. 谢谢院长，有请院长以及贵宾就座。院长、各位现场以及线上的贵宾，大家早安，欢迎参加《公民与政治权利国际公约》、《经济社会文化权利国际公约》2公约第4次国家报告国际审查会议开幕式。Welcome everyone to the opening ceremony for the review meeting of the ROC's 4th report under the International Covenant under Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. 那接下来呢，我们开幕式一开始，首先就要有请摄影师呢，从舞台上帮今天呢与会的所有贵宾拍一张大合照。We would like to kick off the opening ceremony by having a group photo, and with that, we have our photographers on the stage. So everybody, please look at our photographers on the stage right now. 有请各位贵宾呢看向我们舞台上方大会摄影师的镜头。3, 2, 1. Okay, one more. 3, 2, 1. 好的，我们要非常谢谢今天与会的政府机关、民间团体的代表，也要非常谢谢呢，今天有多位来到现场的驻台大使以及代表。那当然呢，还有12位远道而来的国际审查委员呢，谢谢他们的莅临以及参与。Here we'd like to extend our most sincere gratitude to all the representatives of ROC Taiwan government and civil society groups. And here we have ambassadors and also representatives of foreign embassies and offices here in Taiwan. And of course, we have 12 International Review Committee members who have traveled long distances to Taiwan. 我们是首先给我们国际审查委员们一个掌声。Let's give them a big round of applause first. Thank you so much for joining us for the review meeting. Thank you. 那接下来呢，我们首先就要有请本次政府机关代表团的团长、法务部郑明谦部长上台开场致辞，我们掌声欢迎部长。Now to give you the opening remark, please welcome Minister Zheng Mingqian of Justice, Head of Delegation, ROC Taiwan Government. 部长有请。
行政院
Premier Zhuo and dear members of the IRC, dear foreign representatives, and Vice Chair of NHRC, Legislative Zhang, and dear representatives from different agencies, Minister with the portfolio, Lin, civil society organizations, friends from the media, good morning. And I would like to welcome you to the international review of the 4th national reports under the ICCPR and ICESCR. As the organizing authority and secretary of this review, MOJ is deeply honored to host 12 world-renowned human rights experts in Taiwan. And this review is led by 2 distinguished chairpersons, Professor Manfred Novak is the chairperson of ICCPR track. He's a renowned authority on international human rights law and former UN Special Rapporteur on torture. And Professor Shin, the chair of ICESCR track, is a distinguished expert and former member of the UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Over the next sessions of the review meeting, the commissioners will and the committee members will engage in precise, substantive dialogues with government and civil society representatives regarding diverse human rights issues. Since the third international review of the two covenants in 2022, the MOJ has been dedicated to integrating human rights values into legal reforms, with actively promoting profound dialogue between the government and civil society. Following the established review mechanism, the Secretariat has ensured the diverse voices from all sectors are accurately conveyed to the committee members. The entire review process will be live-streamed on the Human Rights in Taiwan website, allowing the public to witness Taiwan's progress in human rights and rule of law. Finally, I wish the meeting great success and review committee members a pleasant stay in Taiwan. Thank you very much.
开场致辞，部长呢，同时也是这一次的政府机关代表团的团长。Thank you once again to Minister Zheng Mingqian of Justice, also the head of delegation of the ROC Taiwan government for his remarks. Thank you very much. 接下来呢，我们要有请人权委员会季惠荣副主任委员上台致辞，我们掌声欢迎副主委。Next, we'd like to welcome the Deputy Chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission, Ji Huirong, to share a few words with us on the stage. 副主委有请。
各位国际 distinguished members of the International Review Committees, representatives of different allies to Taiwan, dear friends from the civil society, and representatives from government agencies, welcome to the fourth review of the national reports under the two covenants. Your presence indicates your support of Taiwan's human rights protection. It also reflects our commitment to universal values through transparency and rigorous self-examination. The world currently faces human rights challenges stemming from war, the expansion of authoritarianism, digital surveillance, climate change, and the rapid development of AI. Now, human rights challenges cannot be addressed by a country alone. It is a challenge that must be tackled by all countries together. And we remain dedicated to deepening freedom, equality, and human dignity through institutional reform and public dialogue, because we believe human rights transcend political boundaries. And this review is not only an examination of the performance of the state, but also a deep dialogue between the public and private sectors. The NHRC initiated its independent assessment in August 2024, utilizing expert consultations and cross-disciplinary fora to evaluate policy implementation against international standards. However, we must admit that as we promote human rights protection, our commission is currently facing significant budgetary cuts, up to 96%. So for an international human rights institution, the budgetary cut would inhibit us from engaging in the necessary investigation, monitoring, and protecting the rights of the vulnerable activities. We know that according to the Paris Principles, an NHRI must have institutional independence and sufficient resources to effectively perform its core duties. Despite these challenges, the NHRC will maintain its independent and professional stance to ensure fundamental rights are protected for all. We believe that human rights protection must not stay in form only. Rather, structural and historical inequalities must be addressed at the same time so as to ensure everyone can live with dignity. Moving forward, we need to balance national security with civil liberties, maintaining human agency amid technological advancement. So we need to deepen diversity, inclusivity as we live in the modern world. The NHRC will continue to strengthen its oversight, investigation, and advocacy functions. While we face the challenge of reduced budget, we will stay committed to fulfilling our obligations. Once again, I thank you for your contributions to help Taiwan to be an important force to safeguard human rights in the world. We believe that even in a divided world, the shared commitment to safeguarding freedom and equality through dialogue will drive constant progress. Thank you again for your participation.
季惠荣副主任委员的致辞。Thank you very much to Chairperson 季惠荣 of the National Human Rights Commission for her remarks. Thank you very much. 接下来呢，我们要有请公正公约审查委员会的主席上台致辞。Next, we'd like to welcome Professor Manfred Novak, Chairman of International Review Committee for ICCPR, to the stage for his remarks. 我们掌声欢迎。谢谢主席哦。接下来几天呢，要领导公正公约审查委员会，总共有5位委员来进行详细的审查。
Thank you.
接下来把时间交给主席。
Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure again to be here for the fourth time reviewing Taiwan's compliance with the 2 international human rights covenants, the most important international treaties in the field of human rights. We are living in difficult times, and we have just heard on the international level with wars, with the decline of democracy and human rights, etc. And of course also the current situation in Taiwan is also more difficult than it has been during the last 3 times when we were reviewing the compliance. We have come a long way in those more than 10 years in improving the human rights situation. The Taiwanese government and the legislative yuan have actually implemented quite a number of our recommendations by legislative change, but also executive change, judicial. But there are also a number of long-standing issues that we have not been able, or the government of Taiwan has not been able to really tackle. And I think we are now coming with a new composition. Half of our 12 members are here for the first time. And we are determined to really tackle some of the key issues that have not yet been solved, so that this 4th review will be a successful one. I wish all of you and all of us interesting discussions during the next days, and I hope that it will be solved in a very constructive and cooperative spirit. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Professor Manfred Novak. 非常谢谢公正公约审查委员会的主席哦，也非常谢谢主席以及我们的委员呢，每次都提出非常精湛的观察以及深入的这个建议哦。Thank you once again to Professor Novak, together with other members of the International Review Committee, for sharing every single time very insightful observations and suggestions. 那接下来呢，我们要有请经社文公约审查委员会的主席上台致辞。Next, we'd like to welcome Professor Shin, Chairperson of International Review Committee for ICESCR, 有请我们的申主席哦，每次呢也都是知无不言哦。Thank you so much.
大家好，
好，
Good morning.
是个4年，
It has been 4 years, and it is my pleasure to be here again.
My engagement with the Taiwan's review of the international human rights law has been 20 years because I was involved in CEDAW as well and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. So thank you very much. Taiwan is a indeed exemplary case for ratification and implementation of the international human rights laws. In this short period of time today, I just want to emphasize 2 things. First, human rights can be achieved only with our endless efforts. It's not given just naturally. And in this regard, Taiwan's efforts is really encouraging. And I commend Taiwan's efforts. And I hope that Taiwan will continue to do that. Second, all human rights are equal, indivisible, interdependent. And in our last review, we recommended that Taiwan would pay more attention on the economic, social, and cultural rights. So I hope that you can keep that in mind because economic, social, and cultural rights are deeply related to our everyday lives. And with these 2 things, I hope that the next few days this week, we will have fruitful discussion and frank dialogue between the governments, with the civil society, and I appreciate all the engagement of all the stakeholders in this regard from Taiwan and with the review committee. Thank you very much. 谢谢.
Thank you very much to Professor Jesus Shin for walking with Taiwan for the 20 years on this very special journey to improve our human rights, who has also come to master her Mandarin Chinese. Thank you very much to Professor Shin. Yes, for that. 非常谢谢主席哦，真的是20年来哦，一路陪伴台湾推展人权哦。那当然呢，我们今天的开幕式也非常荣幸，行政院卓荣泰院长特别出席哦。接下来让我们掌声欢迎卓荣泰院长上台致辞。Next, please welcome Premier Zhuo Rongtai, ROC Taiwan, to the stage for his remarks. 院长有请。
Chairperson Manfred Novak for the International Review Committee of ICCPR, Chairperson Jesus Shin for the International Review Committee of the ICESCR, Minister Lin, Minister Zheng, representatives from various ministries, members of the diplomatic corps, Vice Chairperson Ji, Legislator Zhang from the Legislative Yuan, and former Legislator Hong, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to be here. And I must pay my respect to all the translators and interpreters working for today's meeting. And I think it is important that we speak at a reasonable speed so that the interpreters can help us communicate effectively. I think for human rights in Taiwan, May is definitely an important month. The month begins with Labor Day on May 1st. We need to respect workers and their rights. May 17th marks the day in 2019 when Taiwan's Legislative Yuan passed the Act for Implementation of JY Interpretation Number 748. And now, May 17th marks the International Day against homophobia, biphobia, and transphobia. More importantly, May 19th marks Taiwan's White Terror Memorial Day. It reminds us that on May 19, 1949, martial law was declared in Taiwan. So May is really a significant month for us in Taiwan. As a matter of fact, this May, the National Human Rights Museum is also organizing a series of human rights lectures and children's human rights education programs to further promote human rights awareness in Taiwan. I'm very grateful to all the experts who have come to Taiwan for the review of Taiwan's fourth state report under the two covenants. This is an opportunity for in-depth dialogue among different sectors so that we can continue to improve protection of human rights. Your participation is not only a show of support for Taiwan's human rights development, but also an important driving force behind our continued progress. During the reporting period from 2020 to May 2024, as two chairpersons just shared their observations of the progress Taiwan has made in human rights protection, Taiwan continued to strengthen its human rights protection system and oversight mechanisms. Institution-wise, we have established the National Human Rights Commission in line with the UN Paris Principles. This is an independent national human rights institution. In addition, we have created the Department of Human Rights and Transitional Justice within the Executive Yuan to coordinate cross-agency human rights affairs. On the policy front, we have launched Taiwan's first National Human Rights Action Plan, the Fisheries and Human Rights Action Plan, and continued implementing the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. Legislation-wise, we have amended 4 major laws related to sexual violence prevention, including the Criminal Code, the Sexual Assault Crime Prevention Act, the Crime Victim Protection Act, and the Child and Youth Sexual Exploitation Prevention Act. We have also passed legislation including the Indigenous Peoples Health Act and the New Immigrants Rights Protection Act. 2 years ago, when President Lai took office, during the past 2 years, President Lai has instructed the Executive Yuan to continue to make more efforts to improve rights of different groups. So the Executive Yuan has introduced the Youth Basic Act to promote youth participation in public affairs, as well as amendments to the People with Disabilities Rights Protection Act, highlighting the idea that disability often results from environmental barriers rather than individual limitations. We have also established the new agencies, including the Ministry of Sports, the Child, Youth, and Family Support Administration, the Long-Term Care and Social Development Administration under the Ministry of Health and Welfare. These efforts have been made to better protect the rights and welfare of different groups in our society. This year, the the Executive Yuan further proposed the National Action Plan for Gender-Based Violence Prevention from 2025 to 2027. This is Taiwan's first national strategy integrating gender-based violence prevention into our national development strategies, promoting a more gender-equal society. This demonstrates Taiwan's commitment to align with international human rights standards. According to Freedom House global rankings released this March, Taiwan scored 93 points, second only to Japan in Asia. We know that the human rights issues continue to evolve. Taiwan, like many countries, continues to face challenges such as disinformation, privacy protection, and the misuse of technology. So we constantly have to remain vigilant, reminding ourselves that human rights protection is not something that can be achieved overnight. Rather, it's an ongoing effort that must continue to evolve with the times. I hope this review will further deepen dialogue between the government, civil society, and the international community, helping us build a more practical and responsive human rights system. Finally, I would like to thank again all the international experts for traveling to Taiwan and contributing to the advancement of human rights together with us. With your support and participation, Taiwan will continue to move forward steadily in building a free, democratic, diverse, and resilient society by working with like-minded countries. Once again, thank you for your participation. I wish the review meetings a resounding success so that Taiwan's efforts and commitment can be seen by the world. Taiwan will be more widely recognized as a beacon of human rights protection. Thank you.
在台上留步，接下来呢是台上合影的时间。Thank you very much to Premier Zhuo. Please stay with us on the stage for the group photo. 我们要有请行政院林明昕政务委员也到台上来一起合影。For that, we'd like to welcome Lin Mingxin, Minister without Portfolio, Executive Yuan to the stage. 政府机关代表团团长、法务部郑明谦部长 Minister 郑明谦 of Justice, Head of Delegation, ROC Taiwan Government. 今天也非常荣幸，立法院张雅玲委员特别出席，我们也有请张雅玲立委到台上来。Next, we'd like to welcome a legislator 张雅玲. Please also join us on the stage. 行政院李惠芝发言人 Spokesperson of the Executive Yuan ROC Taiwan. 李惠芝，国家人权委员会季惠荣副主任委员 Deputy Chair 季惠荣 National Human Rights Commission ROC Taiwan 法务部黄牟信次长 Deputy Minister 黄牟信 Ministry of Justice. Please also join us on the stage and all the members of the ICCPR Review Committee. Please join us on the stage, including the chairman, Professor Manfred Novak from Austria. 接下来我们要有请公正公约所有的审查委员，包括了有主席来自于奥地利的 Manfred Novak， 来自于加拿大 Professor William Anthony Shabas from Canada， 来自于印尼 Ms. Rukad Sambolingi from Indonesia， 来自于爱尔兰的法官 Judge Sifra O'Leary from Ireland, 来自于美国的 Professor David Kay from the United States, 来自于波士尼亚 Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have Ms. Dunja Mijatovic. Of course, we'd also like to welcome all the members of the ICESCR Review Committee. 接下来我们要有请所有的经社文公约审查委员也到台上来，包括了有我们的主席申惠秀主席 ，of course including our chairperson Professor Shin， 来自于韩国的主席 from Korea， 来自于纽西兰 Miss Rosalind Runen from New Zealand， 来自于印度 Professor Milun Kosari from India， 来自于比利时 Professor Olivier de Schutter from Belgium。 来自于加拿大 Professor David Richard Boyd from Canada， 以及来自于德国的委员 Professor Johann von Bernstorff from Germany. Please also join us on the stage for the group photo. Okay, now that we have everybody on the stage, please look at the camera in front of you. 好，请看向我们前方大会摄影师的镜头。3, 2, 1. 好，接下来呢，我们看向后方 ，and in the very back, we have more cameras there. Please have a look at the cameras and have a big smile. 3, 2, 1. 好的，我们试试再次给我们的院长以及台上的所有贵宾一个掌声，谢谢。Once again, thank you very much for joining us on the stage. You may return to your seats. 那当然呢，我们要非常谢谢行政院卓荣泰院长特别出席今天的开幕式。那卓院长呢，接下来还有其他的行程，我们试试再次的掌声，谢谢院长。Thank you once again to Premier Zhuo Rongtai for attending the opening ceremony. And due to the next engagement, we'd like to thank Premier Zhuo for joining us today. And he has to leave right now. 谢谢院长出席2公约第4次国家报告国际审查会议的开幕式。好，我们试试再次谢谢院长。Thank you once again to Premier Zhuo. 好的，各位贵宾，接下来呢，我们稍微休息一下等一下呢，回到我们的会场呢，会是2委员会以及人权委员会、立法院以及非政府组织会议。Okay, we take a short break from here, and when we come back, it's going to be the meeting with representatives of the National Human Rights Commission, Taiwan ROC's Legislative Yuan, and NGOs. 好的，我们现在呢是10点24分我们稍微休息一下，我们请各位贵宾呢尽量在10点半左右回到现场Okay, it's 会与国家人权委员会以及 NGOs 的会议哦。And next we are going to move on to the meeting with the National Human Rights Commission and NGOs. And Professor Novak and Professor Shin, would you like to say something before we begin, or we can just go straight to the presentations? 帮我们确认一下台上的麦克风。
Yeah, it works now. So again, good morning, and we have now, I think, a very interesting exchange of views with the National Human Rights Commission, NGOs, but also the legislative Yuan. And I think we really should take up some of the political issues that are having an impact on the functioning of the Constitutional Court and perhaps also the future functioning of the control Yuan and the National Human Rights Commission. But we are looking forward to the presentations, but then we hope to have a very frank and open dialogue with you on some of the more critical issues in general.
In continuation, we received an agenda for this time that we have together with our two committees, with the National Human Rights Commission, Legislative Yuan, and then NGOs. But we don't have the details of how it would go. So maybe it would be helpful from the organizers' point of view, how the session will be conducted for 2 hours. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's going to be the National Human Rights Commission starting this session with 3 commissioners who are going to give their presentations, each for 10 minutes. And also at this time, we're sorry we don't have any members of the Legislative Yuan joining us. So we're going to skip that part and go straight to the presentations of the NGOs. Yeah, and we are going to hear the presentations until 12:30 today. So it's going to be the National Human Rights Commission and also the NGOs. 麦克风我们就一直开着就好了嘛，对不对 ？Yeah, just keep it on. Yeah.
Yeah, when will we have the possibility of exchanging views with the legislative Yuan? And that means both the government party representatives and the opposition. I think this is extremely important for us to understand better some of the key issues, political issues that hamper human rights.
好，那这边我们主席提出的跟立法院这边的会议还是非常的重要，所以我们请主办单位这边法务部。Justice will respond later. Thank you very much. So I think we'll go straight to the National Human Rights Commission for now. 那现在我们是不是就先请国家人权委员会的季惠荣副主委上台报告？我们掌声欢迎。We'd like to firstly hear from the Deputy Chair of the National Human Rights Commission, 季惠荣。
大家好，首先
Good morning. I want to thank all the committee members from traveling afar to support human rights values and to resist some international pressure. And thank you for coming back again. And I want to respond to some of your CORs from last time because 4 paragraphs are relevant to NHRC. So I will respond to those. Following that, independent opinion from the NHRC will be presented by Commissioner Gao and Commissioner Upai Kanasal. Okay? All right, to respond to paragraph 12, how to build public trust and respect. Well, in 2023, we started our midterm strategic plan. We examine important human rights issues, and we have 4 overarching strategies and 21 key issues as our roadmap. We also conduct public surveys on domestic human rights awareness to understand what key public concerns are about human rights, and we incorporate their views into our strategies and projects. As for complaint mechanism, NHRC has created multi-channel and accessible services for complaints, so people are able to make petitions if there are human rights violations. As of now, we've received 718 complaints, and most of them have been addressed. And major cases entered into investigation, and we already have 3 investigation reports published, and 1 investigation is still ongoing. The third point, monitoring. We at NHRC issue 15 project reports covering the youth, migrant workers, people with disabilities, corporate and human rights, as well as AI. And we also joined in the International Human Rights National Reports Review, and we propose our independent opinions. Moving on to respond to paragraph 13. So relationship with GANRI. First of all, following GANRI's accreditation statement of compliance templates, we finished self-assessment. We have exchanges with APF and the French National Consultative Commission on Human Rights. APF recommended us to conduct CA, but due to some schedule and time restraints, it is scheduled to be done in 2025 to 26. As for paragraph 53, we refer to the APF manual on conducting a national inquiry for planning future systematic inquiries into systematic eviction and displacement. And this year, we focus on 7 cases of forced displacement from public land. For paragraph 66, we work with the Executive Yuan and many educational institutions to roll out human rights education. There are community sessions or youth sessions in order to promote human rights. We work with Ministry of Education and universities. We also assist in starting such training for civil workers. However, we have to point out that during the review of the FY 2025 central government's budget, the Legislative Yuan imposed substantive cuts of our budget. The budget has been reduced by 96.93%, and this violates the Paris principles regarding financial independence and functional stability. Such huge reduction of budget and has serious impact on our functioning, including research, including receiving complaints of human rights violation, including promoting human rights education. All of these tasks have been impacted, and that impact the benefits of the society. This is not only an issue of budget. More importantly, we need to have independent resources and finance in order to function. This is in accordance with Paris principles, so that the states will not intervene with our functioning through financial means. Without stable budget or resources, our monitoring and the protection and the guarantee of human rights will all be reduced. So we recommend that in the future, a budget guarantee mechanism in line with the international standards should be created so that we can continue to function as the National Human Rights Commission. Moving on, I would like to invite Commissioner Gao, and he will share some of our perspectives regarding this review. Thank you.
Ms. Ji, and next to Commissioner Gao Yongcheng.
Good morning. Distinguished members of the International Review Committees, there are old friends as well as new friends joining us today. It is my honor and pleasure to make this presentation on behalf of the NHRC in relation to the independent opinions which we have produced. Now, I play the role of overseeing the production of the independent opinion of the NHRC, and I, along with the other commissioner, Upe Kanaso, are responsible for different sections. That's why we will be here making this presentation. But there are also other commissioners who are also here. So I'm sure we will have the opportunity to exchange views with the International Review Committee members. So now I will move on to some issues directly related to the two covenants. I'm sure you have all read our NHRC's independent opinion, and you also ask for some clarification in the list of issues. There are some key issues that remain, as you can see on the slides. These are the issues we hope to have more discussions with you. First of all, the abolition of the death penalty. This issue has a lot to do with the fact that the Constitutional Court judgment number 8 of 2024 in Taiwan has been very pivotal. That judgment does not say exactly whether death penalty is constitutional or not. Rather, that judgment has laid out more stringent procedural requirements for any sentencing, death penalty sentencing. So even with more stringent procedural requirements laid out in the Constitutional Court Judgment 8 of 2024, it is a pity that Taiwan government still went on to execute one death row prisoner. In that case, in our view, lacked stringent procedural safeguards. So we are concerned that it is not in compliance with the ICCPR. And the MOJ also proceeded to revise the regulations governing the death penalty execution, which amendment, again, in our view, is regressive. So we recommend that the MOJ should promote social dialogue and clear timelines. As we produced the independent opinion, we had the opportunity to discuss with different ministries. We realized that the government seemed a little bit hesitant about promoting abolition of death penalty. So we believe clear policy objectives and clear timelines should be set out so that we can continue to move toward full abolition of the death penalty. The second issue has to do with the Convention Against Torture. The Executive Yuan indeed proposed a draft to implement CAT. But we know that after the re-election of the legislators, the new sessions did not continue to review the bills from the previous sessions. So we have concerns that the MOJ, in the meantime, proposed a more severe punishment, life imprisonment without parole for certain offenses. And that concerns us because this, to us, constitutes inhumane treatment. So our recommendation is government should expedite legislative process to establish national preventive mechanism, and life imprisonment without parole should not be considered as a new punishment for offenses. Next issue is now we do have the challenge of overcrowded prisons. This, of course, presents human rights risks. This is because there are many people who, for one reason or another, are put into detention centers and prisons. So our recommendation is we should expand non-custodial alternatives, reducing excessive use of pretrial detention. Of course, we also need to monitor prison occupancy rate to ensure compliance with the UN standards, minimum rules. Next, I will talk about hate speech. In Taiwan, same-sex marriage is already legalized. However, there are still a lot of discriminatory remarks and hate speech targeting certain groups in our society. So the Executive Yuan has proposed a draft anti-discrimination bill, yet it does not include the prohibition on hate speech. Even though the draft amendment to Social Order Maintenance Act attempts to use single provision to address hate speech, terrorism-related speech, and speech linked to hostile external forces. We believe this is insufficient to tackle the issue of hate speech. So we believe there should be clear definition and tiered handling approach to hate speech. We understand there are enforcement challenges because there are no clear legal definition of hate speech. As a result, hate speech may easily be conflated with national security issues, and the judicial branch, as a result, may be less able to handle hate speech problems. So we recommend that we should reference the Rabat Plan of Action threshold test and develop identification criteria. Next, a long-term issue which has been mentioned by many international reviewers, that is migrant workers and migrant fishers. Domestic workers and migrant workers are still not protected by the Labor Standards Act. So they are not, many protections are not available to them. So our recommendation is government, both the executive and the legislative branches, should deliberate on domestic incorporation of ILO Convention 189 and promptly pass draft implementation act of the Work in Fishing Convention. As for forced labor, we have heard some allegations and dispositions against Taiwanese enterprises for their involvement in forced labor. some migrant workers face the challenges of changing employers freely, or they have to pay very high brokerage fees, and they also face language barriers. As a result, many migrant workers face labor exploitation. So our recommendation is the government should relax restrictions on change of employer while promoting direct hiring. And of course, dedicated interpretation services should be made available for migrant workers so that they can have ready access to remedies. Moreover, the government should expedite adoption of the draft act governing off-campus internship education at junior colleges and above. As for distant water fishers, we know that if they are unable to communicate with their relatives and family members, they are at high risk of being exploited. They are not covered by adequate insurance policies, and very few civil society groups can take part in safeguarding the distant water fishers' rights. So our recommendation is the government should mandate Wi-Fi installation on distant water fishing vessels, and distant water fishers should be included in mandatory occupational accident insurance coverage. That concludes my part of the presentation. Next, I will invite Commissioner Ubay Kanaso.
Professor Manfred Novak, Professor Shin, the two chairpersons of the IRC, dear colleagues, as a Taiwanese indigenous person, I would like to present these remarks. I think one of you is from New Zealand, Madame Newland. You have Maori people over there, and the indigenous people in Taiwan are in fact related to Maoris. And Austronesian actually cover from Taiwan to Easter Island and to Madagascar. So this is a huge area, including the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia. I think indigenous peoples in these areas are all related. So I'm really happy to see Madame Nunam here. All right, here I have two things to say. First of all, land rights. And the other is indigenous cultures. Now, recognition of traditional territories. Current delineation criteria are limited to public land and excludes privately owned land historically used by indigenous communities. The Supreme Administrative Court states that recognition should be based on historical practices, not limited to public land, because during the Japanese colonial period, there were lands used by indigenous people, and they should be considered traditional territories. So delineation criteria should be changed so that historical practices can be included, and there should be consensus of the community as well. Second, I want to talk about self-determination and challenges in implementing FPIC. Land rights and FPIC are fundamental to indigenous self-determination. Therefore, it is an immediate obligation of the states. But the current consultation and consent mechanisms are largely formalistic and lack recognition of indigenous collective agency. And therefore, FPIC should be codified to ensure due process across all stages and guarantee meaningful participation of indigenous peoples. And the second case under this category is the ROC Island nuclear waste case. Now decisions are on majority rule most of the time. And such process disregards indigenous collective rights. This seriously breaches FPIC under UN DRIP. So there should be an indigenous-led consultation mechanism. On ROC Island case, we must not continue to rely on referendum. We need to develop equal community-based negotiation. Take Taitung, Eastern Taiwan, for example. There are Mis and Paiwan peoples over there. It's a very long coast. And I think local communities in that area should be decided by the Paiwan people in the south instead of the Ami people in the north. And then on substantive restitution of traditional territories, I think there should be substantive restitution of rights. Take the Orchid Island case, for example. We should introduce community-led health monitoring systems and alternative development strategies to realize historical justice. On cultural rights, cultural issues, first, we're seeing restricted cultural interpretation and the lack of governance agencies because cultural policy making is dominated by the government and indigenous peoples are in a passive position. We lack meaningful participation in decision making. And under the Act on Wildlife Conservation, the definition of culture is constrained by mainstream judicial perspective, and the Protection Act for our traditional intellectual creations tend to protect only static products such as totems and ritual dances. So there should be a statutory cultural governance platform, and judicial and law enforcement bodies should incorporate indigenous cultural perspectives, and the Protection Act should be amended. Well, speaking of the Protection Act for the traditional intellectual creations of indigenous peoples, I think there is a litigation between the community and the CIP. They disregard the importance of notifying or receiving the feedback for the indigenous people. And second issue is language revitalization and cultural safety systems. There is shortage of language teachers, unstable employment, high certification, limited immersive learning, uneven resource allocation, and it is not aligned with the language diversity and endangerment levels. We recommend that the government should adjust qualification threshold for teachers. Community-based certification should be used. Differentiated support based on different languages should be used. And priority support should be given for high-risk languages and urban indigenous peoples' communities. Now, we're also seeing limited cultural competence among public officials and healthcare system. There is risk of indirect discrimination and invisible social exclusion of indigenous peoples. We recommend there should be cultural sensitivity training to support indigenous public workers as communication bridges. We also recommend implement Indigenous Peoples Health Act to integrate cultural safety indicators into evaluation of public health and administrative systems. Lastly, I want to talk about legislative gaps in protection of Pingpu Indigenous people's rights. Pingpu Indigenous Peoples Status Act was adopted last year, but it's going to take another 3 years for core rights. So we recommend that the government need to ensure effective implementation of the act. There should be ongoing monitoring of follow-up legislative amendments so that core rights can all be guaranteed. Thank you.
那我们看委员们有没有任何问题想要和我们国家人权委员会交流？
Thank you very much for this presentation. And of course, we are very concerned about the current budgetary situation. We don't really know how you are able to carry out any activities with about 3% of your regional budget. But my question is more towards, and I have in front of me your response to the concluding observations of the third national report. And you referred also now to the number of complaints that you have received. At that time, there were 512 complaints. And on page 5, you say before, cases involving torture, discrimination, or other serious human rights violations will trigger a formal investigation by the National Commission. Now, if I go to the next page 6, you have two statistics. And on the top one, it says, for instance, 48 cases referred to freedom from torture or other ill treatment, and 45 cases to freedom from exploitation, violence, and 36 cases related to the Convention Against Torture. But if we look into all those 512 cases, only 3 actually led to an investigation. So, and these are not related to any of those. It's about female flight attendants, whether they wear skirts, etc. And so my question is, what happened to all the torture cases? Why have they not been investigated? Have there been any kind of criminal investigations on the basis of your investigations, or why were they simply not substantiated? So that is one of my questions, and the other one was also raised by non-governmental organizations, and that is, the allegation is that you have not developed a distinctive identity as the National Human Rights Commission, distinguishing you from the Control Yuan in general. And the Control Yuan is an ombuds institution dealing with administrative issues, whereas the National Human Rights Commission should deal with serious issues, human rights violations. And I would be happy to get some kind of elaboration to what extent you can develop this distinctive identity and make yourself also somewhat more independent from the Control Yuan as a self-standing National Human Rights Commission. Those are my 2 questions.
Maybe anybody from the review committee who wants to raise the issues and ask questions can pose. I think 5 minutes is too short, so I'll be the next to pose questions, and then additional members of the committee. in order to supplement what Professor Manfred Novak has already said, I think the basic principle, fundamental problem with the Taiwan National Human Rights Commission is that it is tied to the control yuan. So National Human Rights Commission of the control yuan. And then there is no clear distinction who is in charge of the human rights issues. Although the National Human Rights Commission says it is independent body established according to the Paris principles, it is perceived by us, and it was included in our previous recommendations, that it should be really independent. And then, in order that, there should be distinction, separation from the control yuan. So my question is, has there been any discussion within the National Human Rights Commission of the control yuan whether any discussion to really separate and then make it a separate, independent organization, yeah? Not from the control yuan. So that's my first question. Second question, you raised the serious issue of financial cut by the legislative yuan. So what was the rationale of the legislative yuan when they cut the finance to that extreme? Yeah? Was it accepted by the people of Taiwan? So that was my second question. Third question and final question is the number of complaints you received, whether it's 500 or 700, during the 5-year course of established Human Rights Commission, it is less than 150 per year, which is really not significant number. It should be 10 times more, at least, considering the complicated issues involving many marginalized population, and then considering the whole size of the population. It should be at least tenfolds to me, yeah? Because Korean National Human Rights Commission receives thousands of complaints every year from prison, from everybody, from people with disabilities. So you said that the National Commission of Taiwan earned the trust and respect, but I think the fact that you are placed within the control yuan, and that is the first stumbling block for people to really close to you. So do you think that Taiwan Commission is getting real trust and respect from people? I think it's a very challenging question, which I would expect answer from you. Yeah, and then.
I think I'd...
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation and for the report. I have only one question. It concerns the consideration of the issue of capital punishment. In the presentation, you call for, you recommend that the MOJ promote social dialogue and clear timelines to align with international human rights standards. One of those standards has been repeated every 2 years now for almost 2 decades by the UN General Assembly, which is a call for a moratorium on capital punishment. In the previous year, the vote on the moratorium received 130 votes, which is more than 2/3 of the total membership of the UN General Assembly. Why do you not recommend or call for a moratorium on capital punishment in Taiwan? Thank you.
Zhou Shang Hao, Tēnā koutou katoa, greetings everyone. First of all, I want to follow up on a question about the death penalty, because as you say in the excellent summary presentation, thank you for this. It's really helpful to have it given all of the reports that we've had. that the MOJ should promote social dialogue. And my question is, do you see the responsibility of the National Human Rights Commission to engage, to lead social dialogue in the community, to lead on human rights in the community? Of course, the MOJ, government agencies, have responsibilities, but one of the roles of the National Human Rights Commission is to provide the leadership, not just to recommend that others do it. So that's my first, do you acknowledge that responsibility, and will you undertake it, for example, with respect to the moratorium? My second question is, with respect to the issue of the perception of the lack of independence, and you can see that some of my colleagues think that the main answer is the separation from the control yuan, and we know that there are complexities about what that means with respect to where it would sit in the constitutional arrangements of Taiwan. So my question is, what do you see as changes that could be made within the control yuan to establish clearly its independence of the independence of operations of the National Human Rights Commission on human rights issues? And my third question is, given that there's been delays, and I deeply regret the absence of leaders from the legislative yuan here, given that there's been delays in the what I would call the enabling legislation for the National Human Rights Commission, to what extent are you engaging with the legislative yuan, with all of the parties in the legislative yuan, to discuss with them the urgency to progress that legislation, to pass it, so that your independence and ways of working can be more clearly established, as well as engaging with them as required by the Belgrade principles on other human rights issues and gaining their support on those issues. Thank you.
Kore sumanga, terima kasih, thank you very much. Salama Citamu Mali, that's my indigenous language. I'm also an indigenous from Toraja, distinguished friends and folks. And I'm very glad to see that you have the indigenous persons in the National Human Rights Commission. It's such an honor to be here and work together on this. And I hope that you can bring really lights for indigenous peoples in Taiwan. I'm myself indigenous, and I'm currently the Secretary General of Indigenous Peoples Organizations in Indonesia. And some of our fellows from my organizations have traveled to Taiwan and visit indigenous communities, including me myself. Commissioner, I would like to first appreciate that the recognitions of the Pingpu indigenous people status. This is, I think, historical and remarkable, and I think if this happens, it should be celebrated. I think in the future, what would be very effective and efficient is to have included these indigenous land rights and the implementations of the recommendation here into the National Human Rights Action Plan, because you have that right here in Taiwan, and have particular timeline and indicators of how these recommendations of the review over the past years have been implemented. So we can see the trajectory of how Taiwan and indigenous peoples in Taiwan have come together and progress in fulfilling the rights of indigenous peoples in Taiwan. I think that will be very useful, and also very useful for us to keep on monitoring, because we are monitoring this country not while we are just here, but even in our daily life, we keep on monitoring of how is the situations progressing here. And I think that's also our duty. So if we have that kind of working tools, that will be very helpful for us to have the kind of like reporting timelines every year or every 6 months if there is any new progress coming up, and then you put it, you register it. So much easier, not just for us, but for indigenous peoples in Taiwan and for the rest of the world to monitor. And sometimes for indigenous peoples, we are so used to be behind. So if there is anything, good progress, we, across the globe, we will celebrate. So that's, I think, will be very useful to have that. Put it in the action plan and then put it also the timeline so we can see the progress. Thank you very much.
Yes, hello everyone, and thanks very much to the commissioners for your presentations. You know, my colleagues have pointed out the lack of independence for the commission, the control Yuan, but I just wanted to say that in spite of that, I found your report to be excellent, and congratulations for that. I think you have taken a different tone. And one of the questions was whether you will be able to continue to do that, or is there pushback from the control Yuan on your seeming independence in your report? So my question was more on the question of land expropriation, which you have very correctly pointed out as should be a last resort, but is very often a first opinion. And a range of irregularities on forced evictions cases, public process lacking, no clarity on land development. And I wanted to ask you if you have more information on that. And particularly if you have information on the national inquiry that you were asked to conduct on systematic evictions and displacement. What has happened to that inquiry? I know the process was put under way, but it's not clear from the reports what has happened and how you plan to proceed with what is a very, very important process that will help us to get to the bottom of the continuous forced evictions that are taking place in Taiwan. And in the government report says there are no forced evictions, which is not true. So I wanted to ask you how that inquiry is proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you very much for your presentations. And thank you very much for all of the material that you provided to educate us prior to our visit. I wanted to ask you very briefly if either you or even others who are present might, if not today, illuminate a little bit more on the issue of regulation of hate speech that you addressed in your presentation. In particular, I would be interested to know the extent to which the draft amendment aims to implement Article 20 of the ICCPR, along with Article 19, Paragraph 3, restrictions. So the extent to which it is actually seeking to implement obligations under the covenant. I would also be interested in any further specific concerns around hate speech and incitement to hostility, discrimination, and violence, particular communities that are targeted. And then third, if you would be able, again, this would be open, doesn't have to be today, but if you were able to share distinctions that you might draw between hate speech that appears in public forums versus those that might appear online, and the way in which you believe the government should be addressing those. Thank you.
So those were our questions, so please respond.
不好意思，因为真的可能请委员们我们简短重点式的回应，谢谢。
Thank you for your concern about the National Human Rights Commission's independence. In fact, we have been discussing intensively about how we can ascertain our independence. Because of the Control Yuan Act, we as commissioners also have to wear the hat as a member of the Control Yuan. So before the amendment to the Control Yuan Act takes place, we are thinking maybe we can spend less time on our role as a member of the Control Yuan while spending more time as a member of the Human Rights Commission. Yet, legislation must occur first. Ultimately, maybe we need to amend the Constitution, but the threshold may be too high. On budgetary issues, well, how have we survived on 3% of the budget? Luckily, in the previous years, we have retained some budget which is carried over from the previous year, yet we are still constrained because of the reduced budget this year. And this year's budget is still being reviewed by the legislature now. It's already May, so we are not really holding our breath. It's likely our budget may be slashed again. So it's important that we engage with legislators. I am thinking about visiting the legislature soon, including reminding legislators that the human rights impact should be included in any new legislation they want to put out. Another issue I want to discuss with them, of course, is our budget. One legislator from the opposition party has made it clear that he's going to slash our budget. But we know this is all politics. Maybe our persuasion and lobbying will not work too much. We are in a bind, I would say. It's really difficult to find a way out. We're not sure what's the best way to resolve the gridlock. We hope there will be some progress. So we have been in touch with legislators in private. Many legislators from the opposition parties have been saying that they would not approve new appointments of human rights commissioners. That can be a worse situation. So this is definitely a big challenge for us.
This is my brief response for now. I don't want to take too much time because NGO should have their 1 hour, so I will respond briefly as well. Indigenous issues will be responded by Commissioner Upai Karasao. First, on the functioning of NHRC, our term as the last 2 months, but in the past 6 months, we discussed a lot about budget and independence. We will produce reports which will be issued in June or July. All of these issues that are of your concerns are included in that reports. The current NHRC, well, is it independent enough? Of course, there are all kinds of constraints or limitations. I think you know that other commissions in other countries face different constraints. And the Control Yuan members' independence is guaranteed by the Constitution, and therefore it's very unlikely that their independence is impeded. And commissioners have our independence, but if we use Paris Principle to examine this independence, maybe it is not perfect. And to be able to meet the Belgrade Principle is another thing we discussed, to be separated from the Control Yuan as well. We hope that we can send you the reports, even though that would be after the review. Death penalty, it's a very controversial political issue. It is a political issue. Whatever parties are in rule, they have to face the fact that 80% of the population supports the retention of death penalty. But even so, NHRC in Taiwan, in every possible occasion, calls that we need to perform moratorium. So NHRC in this regard voice our opinions when we can. How do we communicate or have dialogue with the society? Well, we are limited by the heavily reduced budget. We have task force for the 21 midterm project, and included there is a abolishing death penalty task force. There are 3 commissioners in that task force. We discuss our work description, including how to communicate with the society, how to have better communication with the family members of the victims. But since our budget is as low as 3%, we're not able to conduct deeper research or any further work. And we also want to research on deliberative democracy and to have more dialogues with people. But again, we do not have the budget. We already tell our staff that should we have another term of the commissioners, this work should be carried on. And the midterm report or the annual plan, well, appropriation or forced eviction come with different causes. So we focus on state property first, because the states use civil litigation to evict people. This is unbelievable, and that's why we conduct an inquiry on that. There were historical causes. The state ignored something, and when the state ignores its role in protecting people's right to housing, so there will be a report on this as well. We will be happy to send you that report when it is done. Regarding indigenous issues, as Ruka said, there is issue with the Pimpu peoples. There are, please speak into the microphone, thank you. Okay. So there are indigenous peoples on the east. Well, in the past, we were even called barbarians. And on the west, there are more civilized indigenous peoples, as people thought. And they didn't register their identity before, but now they have registered their identity as indigenous peoples. As for land rights, I think FPIC is still a core issue. Taiwan, we need to create FPIC procedure and platform in order to guarantee the implementation of it. I think Luca said that there should be cooperation with us or with Maoris. I think Maoris or in New Zealand, well, in New Zealand, they have the most comprehensive laws for indigenous peoples. They are a world exemplar. I went to an APF forum there. We hope that extradition forum can be created under APF, and Taiwan will be happy to help create this platform. Coming back to hate speech by Professor Kate, I didn't have time to respond to that, but there are so many NGOs here. I believe that in the next 3 sessions, in the next 3 days, NHRC commissioners or staff will be here, and we will respond to this question on hate speech. Thank you. Thank you. In the interest of time, we're going to move on to the NGO sessions. For all the NGOs, we will use our rings to let you know your time. There are many organizations. When you have 30 seconds left, we will ring once, and when we ring twice, it means that your time is up. Please use your mic. Please speak into your mic and switch off your mic after you talk. Otherwise, it's going to interfere the audio system. First of all, it's an alliance, Taiwan Alliance to End the Death Penalty, Judicial Reform Foundation, Covenants Watch, and Taiwan International Medical Alliance. This alliance has 7 minutes and 4 seconds. Distinguished guests, committee members, government representatives, NGO representatives, we acknowledge the government's regular implementation of treaty reviews. Since the first review of the two governments in 2013, the CORs have served as an important driving force for legislative and policy changes in Taiwan and for the realization of human rights. We thank the international expert for your efforts and contribution to human rights in Taiwan.
Please refer to it. Now,
Taiwan's Constitutional Court has 15 justices. Since the retirement of 7 justices in December 2024, the Legislative Yuan rejected all nominees. At the same time, it requires a minimum of 10 justices to be present, resulting in cases left unresolved. Although a ruling by 5 justices has temporarily allowed the court to resume operation, the structural problem still remains at the Legislative Yuan. Now, under such a turbulent political situation, the ruling party, which holds executive power, should actively safeguard the core values of democracy, rule of law, and human rights in Taiwan. However, this has not been the case. There are a few examples. First, after 2 years in office, the government has not yet proposed a second National Human Rights Action Plan. There's lack of action. As for CAT, the National Preventive Mechanism, a comprehensive anti-discrimination law, and refugee legislation, they have all been delayed. Second, in political confrontation with the opposition, the government has failed to uphold the bottom line of human rights. For example, human rights-related issues such as life imprisonment without parole. The government has not taken a firm stance. Third, there is a lack of comprehensive narrative and vision of human rights. Human rights are not only about protecting minorities, they are also about inclusive protection of economic and social rights for everyone. And the government needs to consider the first-line workers, nurses, social workers, prison officers, clerks in courts, and prosecutors' offices. They are now facing serious shortage of personnel and resources. We expect the government to present a comprehensive human rights framework. Second, there are several regressive legislative trends because after Constitutional Judgment Number 8, the Ministry of Justice carried out one execution. President Lai stated that according to Constitutional Court's judgment, death penalty is constitutional, and he called on the public support to MOJ's execution. The MOJ amended the rules for the execution of the death penalty, making the standards for execution more lenient. We want to remind the government that Constitutional Judgment Number 8 addressed only several specific categories of crimes and emphasize that the death penalty must be accepted only under strict procedural safeguards. It did not make a judgment on death penalty. The governments need to bear obligations under international human rights treaties to continue moving toward abolition. However, the government has expanded the scope of application of death penalty, for example, including fatal child abuse cases. Not only death penalty, opposition parties in the Legislative Yuan have proposed populist bills such as life imprisonment without parole or corporal punishments. MOJ has proposed even stricter version of life imprisonment without parole, depriving detainees of any possibility of reintegration. And we observe that the states rarely examines the social factors under criminal behaviors or seeks ways to reduce criminal risks because there is insufficient support for children and youth in high-risk environments. But the government now is proposing a stricter youth-related laws. So this is an ineffective policy. Then also in response to geopolitical tensions and risk of war, the Ministry of National Defense is proposing a draft military trial act to restore military trials during peacetime. However, the proposal lacks sufficient public consultation, and the plan to place military courts under the Ministry of National Defense rather than the Judicial Yuan. This raises serious concerns regarding judicial independence. So when we face threats from China and pressures from international order, human rights are increasingly being treated as an obstacle rather than a foundation of the state, which is wrong. We request the committee to remind the government to uphold the ideals of human rights so that Taiwan can demonstrate its unique spirit and values and become a country that its peoples are willing to stand up for. Thank you. Taiwan Labor Front. You have 1 minute and 46 seconds. Dear committee members, government representatives, and NGOs. So we are Taiwan Labor Front. In NHRC's presentation, we hear issues about migrant workers. Taiwan's National Action Plan for business and human rights should be submitted 1 year ago, but currently it is still draft. There is no implementation. I think Premier Zhuo said that they are proposing plans. We think it is not true. Second, forced labor. Domestic workers are neglected for a long time, and now currently the government allows more and more international students to come to Taiwan, but they are here not to be educated, but to work. There's no legal basis, but they are here to work in hotels or restaurants. So I think education is used to mask labor, and there's a high risk of forced labor, but the government is not looking straight into this issue, and it was considered to be a migrant worker issue. Then a typical work or gig work are very common. The government not only has some guidelines, there is no official legislation. So part-time workers sometimes face their hours being cut. And in the LOI, we also see that government said that collective bargaining negotiations are all approved, but in fact, such negotiations were intervened at early stages, and that's why there's such statistics. The government now only have non-binding guidelines instead of legislation. Thank you very much. Next, Li Jiangque, Taiwanese Foundation. So over 14 NGOs are demanding the repeal of the illegal Mandarin-only policy. Unfortunately, neither international experts nor government reports have addressed the linguistic discrimination. Taiwan did not speak Mandarin. After war, the Mandarin-only policy was an act of cultural cleansing against local linguistic groups. So now over 80% of hardworking Taiwanese pay taxes to a government that actively erodes their own language of culture. Learning Mandarin is a personal choice, and it shouldn't be forced upon our children in schools because it violates UN Convention against discrimination in education. And also, in military and civil service exams, Mandarin is used. This lacks a legal basis and violates the political equality. The damage from linguistics assimilation spans generations. A 2017 study revealed that descendants of Canada Indigenous people subjected to forced assimilation suffer higher rates of chronic illness and depression. This means that such impact will last for generations. And the Taiwan face even a larger scale cleansing. So the government must actively repair these human rights violations. While we thank the MOJ for organizing its meeting, we strongly protest the requirement to speak solely in Mandarin, because this is a freedom of expression, and this is a fundamental violation of free speech. Thank you, Taiwan Mothership Alliance. And another NGO will talk together.
One government's policy direction to expand the scope of Assisted Reproduction Act 人工生殖修法。
Yes.
Sorry to
不好意思，
interrupt.
不好意思。
But it would be nice for us to recognize who is the speaker. So before you start speaking, yeah, please.
好，让我们委员
raise your hand
看到
so
一
that
下
we can
您在哪边，
identify
不好意思。
Okay.
好，有请。
We believe this amendment not only severely underestimates the substantial harm that assisted reproductive technology, abbreviation ART, poses to the health of women and children, but also violates the protections for the right to health, the right of children to special protection, and the best interests of children. First, infringement on women's right to health. The success rate of ART from egg retrieval to live birth actually remained below 20% over the years. But to pursue this, women must undergo heavy medication to twist their body against normal physiology. Stimulation of the ovaries for egg retrieval causes side effects and may even lead to ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome. And researchers also indicate that the risk of pulmonary embolism in IVF pregnancy, IVF means 试管婴儿, is 7 times higher than in natural pregnancy. And in the long term, it may even increase the risk of ovarian and thyroid cancer. At the same time, the failure to provide full and transparent information on ART also violates the spirit of informed consent. Second, harm to children by IVF. Currently, IVF babies account for as much as 6% of newborns in Taiwan, a rate higher than that of the United States, Germany, Sweden, and other countries. IVF infants face higher risks of premature birth, low birth weight, and congenital defects, leading to an overall increase in perinatal and infant mortality. They also face elevated probabilities of autism, intellectual disability, and childhood cancer, a correlation also confirmed by Taiwanese pediatrician research. The widespread use of ART has substantially increased health risks for the next generation. Our recommendation, first, restrict eligibility. ART only for couples cannot be treated through conventional medical means. Second, IVF clinics must require to fully disclose to patients the facts about ART. Third, stop gamete donation, safeguard children's right to know their biological origins, and prevent the commodification of human tissue, sperms and eggs. Fourth, prohibit commercial advertising to avoid misleading the public, causing them to overlook medical risks of ART. Only by protection women's health and children's rights can Taiwan demonstrate genuine progress in implementing the spirit of the two continents. Thank you.
谢谢。接下来有请生命权平等协会发言。我们先举个手，让委员看到。
主席、各位委员，我不是律师，不是学者，我只是一位被害人家属。这个事实是我向本次审查提交的第一份实质证据。联合国1985年犯罪被害人基本原则宣言第6条明文保障，被害人对其案件之司法处置享有资讯取得权。40年后，台湾重大刑案被害人家属对确定死刑判决之执行程序。
不好意思，我们先等一下，目前好像口译讯号没有传出来。
那我们可以。
Maybe we can submit. We can submit our written. Our written statement can be submitted to the panel. Now let's make sure that. Oh, can we give our statement to the panel? 好，告诉我们您的这个。
OK， 好。Yeah.
Okay, let's request our engineers to ensure that we have the signals.
好，现在 OK 了。好。
Okay. So our time to start from 0, right? Okay.
主席，各位委员。
I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a scholar, I'm a family member of a victim. I think this fact is the first evidence that I submit. In 1985, there's a UN victim-related statement says that the victims have the right to access to information, but 40 years after, the family members of major criminal crimes do not have such information. We do not know whether execution are going to be executed or when it's going to be executed. We have no such information. And if the defendants apply for retrial, victims should be notified. But we have never been given the same legal status to access information. So a desk and a person who has never thought about the family members of the family is covered by the procedure. And it is called evil by a Western scholar. So I think 3 proposals. The states need to notify the family members of the execution process. Second, there should be a duration for the examination of death penalty execution. Third, family members of the victims should be given the right to speak. Victims and family members of the victims must not be forgot. We are not pursuing revenge. We only ask that the laws should be applied to everyone equally. Next, the non-monastic Chinese Mahayana Buddhist Precept Promotion and Conservation Association. Hello, everyone. I am from the non-monastic Chinese Mahayana Buddhist Precept Promotion and Conservation Association. I'm Ye. I want to raise a very important issue. If human rights are universal, why not religious human rights are neglected all the time? According to Ministry of Interior's survey, there are 80% of population who have religious beliefs. There are all kinds of fundamental laws for animals, for wild animals. However, religious human rights do not have a dedicated piece of legislation. During the 2 covenants review, the government spent a lot of public resources in organizing the review. Tax money is being used. So, of course, we support human rights, but people have the right to also know the total budget, the total funding for this review. Are all the expenses transparent and made public? More importantly, if an international human rights report review system only cares about specific human rights or specific issues and ignores religious freedom, and I think such human rights protection is not comprehensive. Many religions groups in media, in public forums, in administrative procedures are stigmatized and treated without equality. Many religious practices are covered in discriminatory voice. So if people are all sensitive to human rights issues, if that's the case, why religions are not treated equally? Thank you. Next, Taiwan Alliance to promote civil partnership rights. Since the 3rd review, we have observed a significant executive gap in the Taiwan government's progress toward gender equality, particularly regarding the protection of transgender individuals and same-sex families. First,
The government still requires transgender individuals to undergo the removal of reproductive organs to change their legal gender. This is a severe violation of bodily autonomy and the right to health under the covenants. Despite several successful court rulings, the executive Yuan continues to indefinitely delay the legislative process. We urge the committee to ask the government, when will the mandatory surgical treatment in administrative orders be abolished? Secondly, same-sex couples still face discrimination regarding the legal status of children born through assisted reproduction. The non-biological parent must undergo a lengthy adoption process, leaving children in a legal vacuum from birth. We request the committee to urge the government to ensure equal rights by applying the presumption of parentage or similar mechanism directly to same-sex families. Human rights should not depend on case-by-case litigation. We need structural legal reform. Thank you.
谢谢。接下来有请国际特赦组织台湾
Amnesty International Taiwan Section.
Gaps between legal guarantees and their implementation in practice, particularly where human rights intersect with national security, criminal justice, migration governance, and emerging technology. First, freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. Recently, the developments such as uneven enforcement and chilling effect, especially for non-citizens and Gaza issues. This raised concern under ICCPR Article 19 and 21 regarding necessity, proportionality, and equality before the law. Second, Taiwan still lacks a comprehensive asylum law. Administrative measures introduced since 2025 haven't addressed long-standing concerns regarding transparency, due process, or protection against refoulement, leaving asylum seekers without predictable legal safeguards. Third, despite Constitutional Court guidance on due process and the right to life, subsequent regulatory and legislative changes have expanded both the scope and the feasibility of execution, calling into question the effective implementation of ICCPR Article 6. Finally, Taiwan has yet to adopt mandatory human rights due diligence requirement for corporations, comprehensive regulations on social media platforms, or on a clear legal framework governing the use of AI. These gaps pose increasing risk to privacy, non-discrimination, and the freedom of expression. We therefore encourage the committee to ask how the government plans to close these gaps and to ensure equal protection of rights for all persons under its jurisdiction. Thank you.
谢谢。接下来有请台湾宗教联合会发言。
Taiwan United Religions Organization. Good morning. I am Professor of Law from Suzhou University. I would like to make 3 points. Human rights review standards are important. We are grateful that you have come from afar to review our performance. But I don't think Western experts can impose their standards on an Asian country. We have long-standing history and culture which upholds diversity. So sometimes if we promote diversity to such an extent that our well-being and health may be undermined. For example, children's mental and physical health may be affected if we pursue strongly certain human rights protection provisions. If we want to protect human rights, we must also pay equal attention to well-being and health. Thirdly, religious groups should be able to express their views, taking part in policy making. However, some textbooks in Taiwan present a biased picture towards certain religious groups. And I think that definitely hurt religious groups which are in a position to promote spiritual health in our country. Thank you. Next, the Chinese Human Rights Association. I think we have heard many reviewers talking about the issue of the abolition of the death penalty. This is a big controversy in Taiwan, and my association has been concerned about this issue as well. We are a democracy. We have leveraged opinion polls to tap into the public's attitude toward the death penalty. According to our survey in 2024, this survey interviews the general public, scholars, experts, and the result shows that among 3,000 responses, 82% of them say they are opposed to the abolition. We also survey 141 experts, scholars, and the survey also showed that 81% of them are opposed to the abolition of the death penalty. After exchanging views with them, we conducted another poll. Again, 80% of them are still opposed to the abolition. So I would say the general public are very clear about their opposition to the abolition of the death penalty. So we have to take into account the public opinions. Citizen Commission on Human Rights speaking. Our commission urges the Taiwan government to address human rights violations in the psychiatric system. According to the MOE reporting data, in fact, we have seen an increased number of children and juveniles seeking mental health services. And I think that has a lot to do with the family background, school background. Many children suffer ADHD. However, the cause may have to do with stress and sleep deprivation. We don't want to put labels on these children too quickly. Many ADHD medications have severe side effects. For example, they may make children more aggressive, less able to concentrate. So we should inform parents and children about such side effects. According to research from the United States, informed consent should be emphasized when we give such medications to children. So we believe there should be very accessible informed consent form available to children. Medication intervention should also be kept on record so that we can keep track of the progress of children. Mental health is important. We have to help children stay healthy mentally. Association of World Citizens, Taiwan. We would like to thank the review committee for noting that the judgments cited in the national report that reference the two covenants are concentrated in juvenile justice cases. That means the two covenants are not yet widely invoked in other areas of litigation. It also shows that there are significant gaps in the protection of human rights under the two covenants in Taiwan. We also thank you for raising many questions concerning freedom of religion. In fact, from the persecution of Yuan during the 1950s and 60s and the suppression of the Mount Zion group from 1963 to 1986, and beginning in 1996, for 30 years, Taijimen has been suppressed. In fact, in the Taijimen case, the Supreme Court ruled that it is a Qigong martial arts and self-cultivation group, and the monetary gifts offered by disciples to their master were gifts in nature. Yet, the taxation authority still imposed heavy penalties on Taijimen, violating due process and imposing unlawful taxation. I think this shows that Taiwan government has not reflected on the religious suppression that has been ongoing in Taiwan. Next, the Taiwan Sex Industry and Workers' Rights Association.
性工作者合作，关注在
So we work closely with frontline sex workers and have long been concerned with the stigma and institutional exclusions we face in Taiwan. We submitted the parallel reports. Sex workers are workers, and we are rights holders. Yet in the state's human rights narrative, we are left out. This is not simply an oversight. It reflects a pattern of selective recognition. When it comes to rights and protection, we are made invisible. Yet, when it comes to taxation and law enforcement, we are treated as clearly visible. This contradiction has been especially evident this year. Many adult content creators on online platforms, such as OnlyFans, have received official notices from the National Taxation Bureau requiring us to pay taxes retroactively for the past 5 years. The state recognizes our income, but do we receive corresponding labor protections, social security, and health support? No. In our parallel report, we also pointed out that sex workers are often faced with exclusion in housing, financial services, and general employment. So why did the Taiwan government failed to recognize the situation faced by sex workers, and why the government did not do more to protect our rights? Why do we keep being penalized? Next, the Taiwan LGBTQ+ family rights advocacy and the Taiwan Gender Equity Education Association, as well as the Taiwan Tongzhi LGBTQ Hotline Association, jointly make this statement. We noticed that some covert policemen raided certain entertainment places, and when they found condoms, they say that there were sexual transactions taking place in those places. And the police also revealed the footage and photos taken on those sites. Basically, this is a way to name and shame the LGBTQ community members. Even though we have legalized same-sex marriage, we have seen some deficiencies in the protection of these communities. So we believe the government should enact a comprehensive anti-discrimination act as soon as possible. We now see regulations fighting discrimination are scattered through different laws and regulations. Not to mention, there are no consistent definition of discrimination. So instead of piecemeal legal reform, the government should go for a comprehensive anti-discrimination act. Also, public survey shows that people are supportive of gender-based education. However, there are still a lot of attacks and assaults on gender equity education. For example, some conservative organizations have criticized these teaching materials on gender equality education, and they conflate HIV infection with other STD, and they associate such diseases with LGBTQ communities. Moreover, certain groups intentionally reveal the identity of people infected with HIV. So we have not seen improvements made after we have filed complaints. Moreover, we still see some gaps in the application of the Assisted Reproduction Act to heterosexual couples and same-sex couples. As a result, same-sex couples have to go abroad to seek the use of reproductive assisted artificial reproduction technologies, adding to the risk in the process. The same goes for adoption. We do see discrimination against the same-sex couples if they want to adopt children. In addition to legal restrictions on family and policy fronts, LGBTQ or same-sex couples are often invisible. In most cases, regulations and policies only look at the family needs of heterosexual couples. We hope the government will continue to tackle discrimination, stigmatization of same-sex couples, as well as LGBTQ+ communities, so that we can fulfill our obligations under the two covenants. We will provide you the English translation.
Next, Prison Watch. This is Prison Watch. We want to emphasize that prison is the last part of the entire criminal procedure. And if the inmates' rights cannot be protected, if they cannot grow into people who can be responsible, become part of the society, I think this means the failure of the criminal procedures. The government continue to increase the sentencing at the front end of the procedure. So the sentences become more and more strict to use such as sentencing to punish inmates. And they use 2024 constitutional judgment, for example, because it seems that the long-time life imprisonment without parole is a rule to be constitutional. But then in 3 days, the government amended the act. And that unconstitutional verdict, in fact, lead to a more strict amendment. And it seems that it is the judicial or the prison-related agencies that decide the decision of the amendment. The Ministry of Health and Welfare and other agencies should be part of the decision-making process as well. Homeless Taiwan Association. We care about the human rights of homeless people and poverty, as well as social assistance. We are an NGO. We joined the drafting of the parallel reports by the Covenant Watch. I don't go into the details now, but I want to point out some structural issues in the national report. First of all, for the ICESCR report, I think there is a statistical illusion and certification of rights, because the government says that there is 8.71% welfare coverage, but in fact only 1.12% of population have access to comprehensive core protection. So fragmented stipends are considered to be substantial assistance, and these artificially suppress poverty rates and circumvents the minimum core obligations. And furthermore, the imposition of imputed income and mandatory household aggregation during eligibility reviews has caused official poverty data to become decoupled from actual reality. And the second, the logic of mandatory household aggregation in the Public Assistance Act systematically shifts state responsibility onto families. So the burden of proof is on the people who need the help. And third, institutional integrity and administrative blindness. The Ministry of Health and Welfare's statistics on unregistered homeless persons shows that major cities with high populations have constantly failed to provide data. So there's lack of good faith in monitoring human rights. Now, hello, this is the Social Assistance Act Amendment Proposal Association. What we want to say is that there are many poor people in Taiwan and they are excluded from the welfare system. And based on the statistics of governments, the poverty rate is about 12 to 13% in Taiwan. However, about 8.7% of total populations have access to social assistance. But in fact, many of those are not assistance for poor people. In fact, only 2.2% of the population are included in the social assistance system. This means that this system covers some people, but excluding many people who are actually poor. And in the social assistance system, many of them are not able to escape from poverty, even though starting from 2023, the government started to re-examine the law. Now we are in 2026. The amendment to the Social Assistance Act hasn't been submitted to the Legislative Yuan, and the draft has several issues as well. First of all, it still focuses on the household or the obligation to support your direct family members. So the government believes that they are only play a supportive or supplementary role. And the second, imputed income is used. So some people do not have the basic wages, but they are presumed that they have such wages, so that many marginalized organizations or groups are not able to access the need they need. We are Taipei Mental Rehabilitation Association. We care about poverty and the amendments of the social assistance system. And residential housing for low-income household has been changed. We are seeing many people are willing to work, but they are afraid that they are going to lose the status of low income. So they are going to lose all other support, such as medical support. So that's a benefit cliff. As long as they have certain income, all the support will be cut out, and the risk of the families will grow exponentially. I think I know a person who used to work as a security guard, but then he decided to work at construction sites under the table because he's afraid that if the income is registered, that their family is going to lose the benefit. So many young people go to work at positions which does not provide health insurance. So family members are not able to support themselves. So Articles 6, 7, 11 of ICESCR are violated. The new Minister of Health said that there is a grace period. There's a 3-year grace period, but the 3-year period has been around for 15 years. It's never about 3 years or not. It's about what happens after the 3-year grace period. Will the family still have access to the benefit? So the workers or the first-line workers try to help the people who are in poor, but they can never improve their own situation. This is do you a favor. Developed country, Taiwan is often perceived as having eradicate poverty. However, we witness that it is precisely with this highly developed society that people experience poverty, face the most severe forms of social exclusion. And some of them are forced into sex work or scavenger work. And that we're seeing forced eviction of homeless individuals due to park renovations in Taipei, and the demolition of housing for disabled street vendors in New Taipei city. So this is deprivation of the people who are in poor. They do not have the choices, and their circumstances become more grave. They do not have the opportunity to speak for themselves. It seems that evicting themselves has been rationalized. This is a long time human rights violation, and the governments need to identify these hidden human rights violations. The state must stop allowing local governments and agencies to use solving social problems or environmental improvement as pretext for human rights abuses. And human rights impact assessment should be done and implement adequate resettlement and support measures. Taiwan Parents Protect Women and Children Association. We have two recommendations. We think change gender marker without surgery is leading to the risks or problems for biological women. I think given right to privacy and health, it is necessary to consider the domestic circumstances in Taiwan. Sex and gender should be identified clearly in order to be in line with the covenant. Second, in 2025, the MOE announced the sex education manuals for teachers, and the parents in Taiwan find it very problematic because we believe that health education specialists or specialized teachers should involve in the drafting, and parents or more experts should be part of the process in examining or reviewing such manuals. Thank you. Good Wish Culture Foundation. This is Good Wish Cultural Foundation. Good morning. I want to lodge an accusation to the organizing committee. The two covenants are not implemented in Taiwan at all because ICCPR says that only the most serious crimes can be subjected to death penalty. It means that the people who violate the most serious crimes need to be subjected to death penalty. But Supreme Court judges, but regardless of the cases, it could be foreigners coming to Taiwan, they are raped and killed. There are two cases like that. The victims are from Malaysia. So victims are raped or robbed, are killed. So the defendant killed two persons. They killed the parents before the children. They killed 4 people. Another defendant killed 6 people, and the Supreme Court says that this is not the most heinous crime, and therefore they do not sentence the defendant to death penalty. Before the two covenants are abolished, I think our Supreme Court is de facto abolished. Second, random killing is not the most serious crime in Taiwan, so you have to be careful when you're on the street. Second, universal human rights, are they covering the victims? Dear committee members, if you want to do things good, you have to do things completely. Otherwise, if you do it half, it is not done right. Thank you. Respect for Life Alliance. at this review, I'm not here to endorse a fake democracy, but I have important information for you. The 2020 National Action Plan considers the manual from United States, and anti-discrimination law is a priority task in Taiwan. Now, again, it is referencing guidelines to United Nations. However, in 2004, the High Commissioner Emma Riley at UK Parliament raised a lot of evidence, says that China force is permeating UN, and the UN tries to cover that fact. And the UN High Commission Office says to CCP, the China Communist Party, some information, and China tried to use that information in favor of their political agenda. And there are whistle blowing, and the Liberty Times has a cover that. And so it seems that UN High Commission of Office is very problematic, and the Taiwanese government is still follow many guidelines of that office. Constitution asks for allegiance of the government and you should not pledge your allegiance to the CCP, to the people on this stage. It should be to the people of ROC. Thank you.
Speaking on behalf of the Mercy Memorial Foundation, we would like to commend the government for paying attention to the prevention of sexually transmitted infections. However, on campus, we do not see qualified groups promoting sexuality education. I think sexuality education is different from gender equity education. We need to have qualified instructors to teach sexual health education. In addition, my apologies. Well, if you dare to talk about sex, that doesn't make you a good instructor to teach young children about what sex is or what sexuality education is like. And there are many issues about the current manuals. In fact, some content in the manual may encourage the widespread infection of sexually transmitted diseases. And some key opinion leaders' YouTube videos are used to show children on campus. I don't think that that's appropriate. So we need to have qualified, well-trained instructors to conduct such sexuality education on campus. So we are concerned about the health of our children and juveniles. We want to safeguard their rights in this regard. Next, Independent Living Taiwan. Distinguished members of the International Review Committee, good morning. We are Independent Living Taiwan. We believe there are many systems in Taiwan that fail to place the rights of persons with disabilities at the center. Most systems still regard people with disabilities as dependent in need of care and management. In that case, people with disabilities may face increased threats of violence, especially when caregivers are under a lot of stress. They may harm people with disabilities they look after for. Over the past 5 years, Taiwan has seen 46 caregiver homicide cases. And the government, the public say that, well, it's understandable given the circumstances. And we believe that closer scrutiny should be exercised on whether structural prejudice is at work. President Lai, at the beginning this year, provided a pardon for those involved, for one particular killer involved in this case. However, there's no follow-up reform. For example, in Taiwan, we still don't have individual assistance mechanism. As a result, the burden of taking care of people with disability falls disproportionately on family members or migrant workers, which may lead to labor exploitation. Thank you. Next, new vitality, independent living. So I speak on behalf of the new vitality, independent living. Well, based on our observation, in Taiwan, there's a lot of statistics and data. However, the indigenous people with disability seems to be absent in this statistics. Very often, we find it difficult to access resources, for example, to purchase assistive devices. So the intersectional disability has been overlooked. And when people talk about anti-discrimination legislation, they fail to note that people in different situations with different disabilities may have different needs. And aside from financial subsidies and support, we have to pay more attention to the individual background and context. So we believe the government should pay closer attention to the intersectional needs of different groups so that resources can be distributed adequately. Otherwise, very often we have to rely on ourselves to access the help and resources we need. Thank you. Next. Taiwan Indigenous Youth Public Participation Association. So, indigenous peoples, in particular the Pingpu indigenous people, this may seem like a progress or a milestone. However, there are two controversies. First of all, in the identity status for Pingpu people, to get this status, they need to get documents to prove that their ancestors were classified as indigenous people during the Japanese rule period. However, such documents are hard to collect, not to mention many indigenous women were not recorded in those documents. So many Pingpu people still cannot get their identity status recognized. And according to government, they have held a number of public hearings, and they then decided to name the Pingpu people. But to us, Pingpu is not really our name. Pingpu is just, a very convenient term chosen by the government. Government also said that they are going to amend relevant laws. However, the FPIC principle is not honored fully. Thank you. Next. Cooperation aggregate of the Resurrection Food Bank Holistic Hair Association. We have submitted a parallel report, and our report focuses on Article 17 of ICCPR, family and privacy. We know that the government in Taiwan has been pushing for the Artificial Reproduction Act and surrogacy legalization and multi-parent families. However, this may commercialize women's uterus and reproductive functions, increasing maternal health risks. This act may also blur children's identity. In fact, over 7,000 Taiwanese people have voiced their opposition to the government's move. So we urge the committee to recommend to the government they must suspend surrogacy legalization, establish a cross-ministerial ethics review committee, and there should be maternal safety and children's rights review meetings. Regular public social impact assessments should be conducted so that Article 17 of ICCPR can be upheld. Finally, Environmental Rights Foundation. So in Taiwan, we only have 36,000 square kilometers of land area. So industrial sector has used a lot of the land and electricity supply. Why do I say this? It's because now Taiwan's environment is under a lot of stress. This will affect people's right to housing, to healthy environment, and the UN already recognized in 2022 that access to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is a universal human right. Yet this idea is hardly incorporated in any legislation. For example, in the 2023 amendment to the Climate Change Response Act, that idea was not incorporated. So I hope you can urge Taiwan government to pay closer attention to this sustainable environment as a human right. Moreover, now indigenous people's right to self-determination has been restricted, even though there are regulations to consultation with tribal councils. Yet, this version is different from the one proposed by indigenous people's communities. So we hope the government will pay real respect to indigenous people's rights. Well, that concludes the NGO session.
Don't have time for the QA. So before we wrap up this session, Professor Novak and Professor Shin, you have any words?
Thank you for the presentations from many NGOs, in addition to the written submissions that we received. I see that there have been conflicting opinions among different NGOs in Taiwan, which is naturally, yes, of course, because our society is changing, and then there are differences of opinions even within our family, between generations, between regions, depending on their beliefs, etc. So we will try to balance, and then have a way out. But I'm from Asia, and the issue of universality of human rights dealt with in 1993 Vienna World Conference on Human Rights, which was a huge debate at the time. I think nowadays we all agree that human rights are universal, indivisible, interdependent, inseparable from each other. So regardless of what is prevalent opinion in Taiwan now, for example, regarding death penalty, there should be some clear line that what we should follow. But anyway, we will hear more from tomorrow and Wednesday, and then we'll come up our concluding recommendations.
Yeah, I wanted actually to say something very similar because it's always again used. We are there in order to assess whether Taiwan's practice is in compliance with international human rights standards, the two covenants, or not. We are not there in order to assess opinion polls. There might be opinion polls that show that the majority of the Taiwanese people, they would like to introduce torture or other forms of clear human rights violations. Could easily be. But the obligation of the government is to comply with international human rights standards. And they have an obligation to create the necessary awareness among the population that these are our obligations. And we are very appreciative of the fact that the government of Taiwan, although Taiwan is not a member of the United Nations, nevertheless has ratified the major United Nations human rights treaties. So the same, and I say that to you, the same was said in relation to adultery. The majority of the Taiwanese people are in favor of criminalizing adultery. And again, we said that is violating international human rights, and the government took it up by means of awareness raising, etc., and then the legislative Yuan changed the law. And the same was with same-sex marriage, etc. So there is a proactive obligation of the government to make sure, even if the opinion of the majority of the people, and there we have to think really how these opinion polls are actually done. But even if that is the case, it's the government, and I would also say the responsibility of the National Human Rights Commission to actually carry out awareness-raising campaigns so that then the necessary legislative changes can be made. And I can tell you it's the same all over the world. That's exactly what the People's Republic of China has been saying for so many years. We cannot abolish the death penalty because the people of the PRC are in favor of the death penalty. But Taiwan is a democratic country, and it is one of the vanguards of human rights in Asia. So if you want to distinguish yourself from the People's Republic of China, I think you should also take this active responsibility and perhaps change the opinion of the people. That is your responsibility. And in many countries that abolished the death penalty, at the time when they abolished it, the majority of the people were actually in favor of the death penalty. And afterwards, it's no more an issue. Like adultery is no more an issue in Taiwan. Thank you very much. That's to those who feel that the opinion polls is the most important.
Thank you. And that's it for the morning session. Thank you to all the members of the two committees. Thank you very much for your presentations and participation. Thank you. And now we're going to have a break. And when we come back at 2 p.m., it's going to be the meeting with the ROC Taiwan government. Thank you very much. 好的，那接下来呢是我们中午休息的时。
No, are still the members of the National Human Rights Commission. They are also present here, yes? So, because that's also part of the this session, which deals with the Common Core document and the general issues of our recommendations. We still had a couple of questions relating to the National Human Rights Commission, which can be answered both by the Commission, but of course also by the government. And I think the first one was Jeffra O'Leary.
Good afternoon, everybody. A question was asked this morning, particularly by Rosalind Noonan, about the cut in the budget of the National Human Rights Commission. So I'm going to follow up asking this question to the government. The cut is 96%, and it was explained this morning by the members of the National Human Rights Commission that they have continued to operate by using leftover budget from the previous year. But I think members of the panel would like to understand better what was the rationale for such a drastic cut in the funding of the National Human Rights Commission.
I think Dunya was also.
Yeah, just to add, to follow up on this. First of all, thank you very much for hosting us and for everything that has been prepared. It is also related to the same issue, because we are here to look at human rights issues that mainly this commission should be delivering to the people of Taiwan. But if they are not able to perform their duties that they have towards citizens of Taiwan because of these budgetary cuts, then it's also very difficult for us to understand how we can work together and also fulfill our roles. So it would be really good, as my colleague just said, to understand this extreme measure that was introduced towards the Commission.
And perhaps the more general question of the independence. What is the government wishing to do in order to make the Human Rights Commission more independent from the control Yuan, in order to exercise their functions effectively?
Good afternoon. Yeah, I would like to continue on this question regarding National Human Rights Commission. Independence of the National Human Rights Commission in accordance with the Paris principles is really important for the protection of the whole people on the Taiwanese jurisdiction. So I remember the hot discussions in Taiwan society when you were going to establish National Human Rights Commission. You know, before it was established, there were really vivid discussions, active discussions involving civil society. And currently, I don't think the current positioning of the National Human Rights Commission within Control Yuan was not originally the ideal picture. So in order to make it really independent from the Control Yuan, yeah, I will ask this question. Was there discussion to make a separate National Human Rights Commission Act if you cannot put it in the Constitution? What is the current status of discussion regarding gaining true independence of the National Human Rights Commission? So that would be my question. Thank you.
Okay, so let's first deal with these questions on the National Human Rights Commission, and then we continue with other issues. Please.
不晓得国家人权委员会有没有人
Are there members from the NHRC? 也可以问政府，政府要采取什么样子的作为来让人权会更加独立？
提问有关于这个国家人权委员会的预算削减。
Okay, now there are several questions from the panel. Budget reduction cuts and what efforts governments are making to make NHRC independent. And is there a separate or dedicated piece of legislation that is being discussed? And such legislation is for NHRC specifically, so that it is not in the control yuan. So which agency is responsible for these issues? Control yuan? Do we have control yuan members with us? Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for caring about the independence of NHRC. I think this question was also raised in last review. In the morning, my colleagues have said that NHRC, when conducting investigation, are independent. That is to say, we do not have government or political interference saying that you shall not investigate this or that. However, our structure is coupled with control yuan. So we are NHRC commissioners and also control yuan members, and our act is in the control act. So for functioning, it could be problematic when we want to Paris principles or when we want to communicate with legislative yuan. Then we have to face the matter that control yuan in the past was there for checks and balances. The members of control yuan didn't have to report to the legislative yuan. But now we have two hats. I really want to communicate with the legislative yuan as human rights commissioners. But then, due to the two hats, there are some conflict. So during the 6 years as human rights commissioners, we are not able to go to legislative yuan directly for communication. Of course, we can submit reports to legislative yuan for their reference. Second, NHRC is in control yuan. In the past, opposition party or ruling party all proposed to abolish control yuan, and now opposition parties propose to abolish control yuan. But it's very difficult to change the constitution, so they use reducing budgets as an approach. They cut the budget not only for NHRC, but of control yuan as well. And since NHRC is in control yuan, NHRC's budget is therefore impacted. So legislative yuan is not separating what budget is NHRC budget, what budget is control yuan budget, but due to the structural issue, we are not able to have that independence. In the first half of the year, well, actually, our term is reaching an end. We've been discussing how National Human Rights Commission can effectively fulfill our roles. We propose a recommendation. What we hope most is that Constitution can be amended so that organization-wise, NHRC is protected by the Constitution. But before the Constitution can be amended, we also hope there could be another piece of legislation that can separate our work from the Control Yuan's work. So, for example, Control Yuan members do not have to wear a second hat as NHRC commissioners, and NHRC is solely operated by NHRC commissioners. So there are some internal discussions as such. Thank you.
Thank you for that very informative response to the questions and for helping us to understand some of the real complexities which are unique to Taiwan in terms of the constitutional relationship of the Control Yuan to the legislative Yuan, etc. But the question I want to ask, I think, is to the government, and that is, given that much of what we're concerned about in relation to potential strengthening of the National Human Rights Commission is dependent on the legislative Yuan, and as we've just heard, at present, there are constraints on National Human Rights Commissioners who are members of the Control Yuan being able to engage directly with the legislative Yuan. My question is, and my concern is that this committee, this review committee, I feel, despite all of the support from the Ministry of Justice, from the government generally, is limited because we can never hear from the legislative Yuan, although we have asked for them to appear. We want to be able to put questions to them. We want them to hear the concerns because they have the power. And is there anything more that the government could do this week to enable us to have a session with the legislative Yuan? Thank you.
Please, who would like to respond to this request?
Or should we visit legislative Yuan instead?
Yeah, but I mean, can it be facilitated? Because they should have been here this morning.
Regarding this question, are there legislative Yuan representatives present to respond? This is legislative Yuan. We had representatives present to participate in the opening ceremony. Speaking of budget, well, legislative Yuan's review actually focuses on the adequate of allocation and the effective implementation of the budget. We also have accompanied a decision asking agencies to provide information in order to facilitate follow-up supervision. For example, for media policy or business promotion throughout the years, there had been increase, and the reserve ratio has been increased. I think in 2013, increased by 27%. So our review opinions point out that we want to review the efficiency and effectiveness of such budgets. And also for education promotion, our review also asks to see written reports on the promotion results. As for business travel by Control Yuan, the review opinions also point out that the Control Yuan need to submit comprehensive plans. That's all from me. Thank you.
On that?
I think it's clear that all members of the panel would really support any efficiency measures, but a 96.93% cut in the budget seems rather extraordinary. So my question would be very specific. The budget that's left, does that even cover personnel costs? Once the budget of the previous year, which was rolled over, is used, does the remaining budget even cover the basic resources needed by the National Human Rights Committee?
Basically, we respect legislators' decision. We as staff cannot say otherwise. Thank you.
Okay, if that's only staff, then I think I would repeat the request by Rosalind Noonan that it would be great if we could have one session with members of the legislative yuan from the different parties represented there. If the government could facilitate that, we would be extremely grateful. And that's probably also relating to the next main question that is on our agenda, and that has to do with the legislative yuan as well, the dysfunctioning of the Constitutional Court. Since from the 15 members, only 8 are left, and then it's a question, what is the quorum? Are their judgments actually constitutional? So my main question is, and that is both to the government, but also to the legislative yuan, how do you actually envisage a solution to this impasse? Because it might also affect the nomination of members of the control yuan and the National Human Rights Commission, whose terms will expire on 31st July of this year. So it's a broader issue. It seems that the opposition parties in the legislative yuan are not willing to appoint members nominated by the president. But might there be some kind of compromise between the different political parties and the president? What is it actually that the government is envisaging to solve this constitutional problem?
Well, maybe we can ask the Judicial Yuan representative to say something before the Legislative Yuan's representative to respond. As the reviewers mentioned, the Constitutional Court is in an impasse. According to the amendments made by Legislative Yuan, there must be 10 justices as the quorum threshold. And according to the Constitutional Court judgment number 8 of 2024, that amendment was unconstitutional. So now we go back to the Article 30 of the Constitutional Court Procedure Act. 2/3 of the justices must be present and half must concur to make a constitutional or unconstitutional decision. The 8 existing justices continue to function and serve. So far, 4 Constitutional Court judgments have been made in the year 2026. So the Constitutional Court continues to run and work. That's all from the Judicial Yuan about the Constitutional Court. Yes, as mentioned, basically we have to respect the consensus forged by the legislators. And later, may I remind my colleagues, please identify who you are, which agency you are speaking on behalf, so that the reviewers would know who you are speaking on behalf of.
We also have an opinion of the executive yuan. What is it that the government is envisaging in order to find a solution to this? I would call this a constitutional crisis.
Any representatives from the executive yuan? Any representatives from the executive yuan that can help answer the question? Can a member of the general public answer the question?
As we await for someone who can answer the question, I'd like to go back to the Judicial Yuan. Many thanks for giving us that indication of the court's output in 2026. But in the absence of further information, could you indicate what would be the normal output from the Constitutional Court in the same period of a calendar year? You mentioned 4 judgments. Is that the normal output of the Constitutional Court? Or in a normal year, when it has its full cohort of judges, what number of judgments would it be delivering?
Judicial Yuan, please. In 2024, 11 judgments. 2023, 20 judgments. In 2022, when the new Constitutional Court Procedure Act was passed, there were about 21 judgments. So I would say proportion-wise, there's no big difference. In other words, the existing justices continue to run and work.
Understood that the first major judgment which declared this amendment to the Procedure Act unconstitutional was carried only by 5 judges. So 3 of the 8 judges actually did not really take part, or they were expressing their dissenting opinion in press releases. So So it's actually only 5 judges that are carrying out this function that 15 judges should do. Isn't there a kind of problem of legitimacy of the Constitutional Court? Which brings me back to my main question: how can this overall situation be solved by the different Yuans in this country?
On the Constitutional Court, we follow the Constitution and all the regulations under the Constitutional Court Procedure Act in making judgments. This is the current situation. So the current Constitutional Court still adheres to the Constitution and the Constitutional Court Procedure Act.
I have one more, and then I'll pass on to my colleagues. In the response on these general issues, there are still 3 treaties, core treaties of the United Nations, that have not been ratified / implemented. For me, what I'm most interested is that it has already been 3 times that there was a proposal for the implementation of the Convention Against Torture and also the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture, which would then mean establishment of a national preventive mechanism. And it always again took so long that it could not actually be taken up by the legislative Yuan. What's the latest state, and is the government actually actively promoting that the Convention Against Torture and OPCAT will be ratified in the near future?
Regarding the 3 core human rights treaties that are not yet ratified, including CAT, ICMW, and the CED, the MOJ, the Ministry of the Interior, the Ministry of Labor will respond about the draft implementation act of the Convention Against Torture. The National Police Agency, please. Good afternoon. I speak on behalf of the National Police Agency about the progress on the draft implementation act of CAT. In order to domesticate the CAT, we have convened many hearings and meetings with experts. So we already have a draft implementation act covering the CAT and OPCAT. And this draft has been reviewed by the Executive Yuan, the Legislative Yuan, in 2018. But with the re-election of legislators, the bill was not reviewed. The bill review was discontinued. So in 2024, we asked the Executive Yuan to review the draft again, and the draft is being reviewed by the Executive Yuan now. As for implementation, even though the draft implementation is yet to be passed, we are actively promoting education in relation to cats. For example, we have commissioned 6 research projects. We have held 3 seminars, publishing conference proceedings. We also have official websites showcasing educational videos on cats. This year, we also set a budget for producing more educational videos so that people get better aware of the spirit of the convention. We will continue to work with the legislative Yuan and government agencies to promote the passage of the Implementation Act. Thank you.
This is Ministry of Labor. I'm the Deputy Director of the Workforce Development. Speaking of the CMW, in 2024, in March, MOL has already sent the document related to CMW to the Executive Yuan. But in the process, we discovered that in terms of implementation, it has to adapt it to the circumstances in Taiwan and the need of the industry, and therefore ministries and agencies need to clarify what is really needed. So in May 2024, we asked to withdraw that review from Executive Yuan. In June, the Executive Yuan agreed and asked us to make sure that whether there are some articles that have to be reserved. And in Executive Yuan's list, it is part of the new National Human Rights Action Plan. We will continue to list it as a task, to pass the convention for the migrant workers. And for Ministry of Labor, the challenging issue is the freedom of changing the employer or to change their work. In discussions of the domestication of this convention, of course, we want to allow for more freedom for migrant workers to change their works. And when they finish the 3-year contract, of course, they can change to a different employer or to a different job. But if they have a contract with the employer for 3 years and they want to change their job within 3 years, the current condition is that as long as there are matters that happen that cannot be attributed to the migrant workers, for example, the employer no longer needs the services, or migrant workers are exploited, or they are coerced, then of course they can change their job. We will continue to enhance protection for the right to work for the migrant workers, and we will include that in the new National Action Plan for Human Rights. Ministry of Justice, about domesticating cats. We have a criminal law research task force. There are discussions of including cats in our criminal code. The draft is mostly completed. Moving on, we will collect the feedback from different sectors before we continue with the following legislation process. Thank you.
So is there a certain chance that it will be adopted by the Legislative Yuan within this period before the next elections? To the Ministry of Justice.
这个部分的话，那
Speaking of which, it will depend on the review progress of the legislative yuan. We will continue to enhance our discussions on the legal system. Thank you.
All right, so we hope that there will be progress on these different treaties, in particular also on the Convention Against Torture and OPCAT. And I hope that in the draft that you have submitted, the crime of torture will be included as it is defined in the Convention Against Torture. Let me still take up another issue, and that is the National Action Plan on Human Rights. There has been a first National Action Plan, 2022 to 2024. But to my and our knowledge, there has not been any further National Action Plan. Usually an action plan needs to be adopted before the period when it should be implemented. So it should have been done in 23. But what are the plans of the government? Are there plans for a National Action Plan 26 to 28, or are there no more action plans relating to human rights? And to what extent also, in your opinion, have the goals and of the action plan been achieved or not? Who would be in a position to provide an answer to this question?
Speaking of National Action Plan, do we have the next version of NAP, Department of Human Rights, Executive Yuan? Department of Human Rights here. I will respond briefly. The first NAP was done at the end of 2024, and actually the new version or the discussion of that started in 2024. We collected feedback, but following the UN process, we are very careful in collecting feedback. So before the first version of the NAP reaches deadline in July 2004, we started consultation already. In 2005, consultation committee was created. There were discussions with or between governments and civil organizations, with scholars, business representatives, union representatives. In 2026, we convened another consultation committee to make sure that we have the structure for the second NAP. This structure is still a draft. Now, ministries and agencies are still drafting the content of the second NAP. We hope that by the end of this year, we'll be able to publish the second National Action Plan for Human Rights. Thank you.
Years?
目前的规划是3年。
It's a 3-year plan from 2026, from the end of 2026 to 27 and 29 and to the end of, to the end of 2029.
According to my information, in the current draft, the the abolition of the death penalty is no longer included in the future action plan on human rights. Is that correct?
In the draft structure from this January, there are so many human rights issues that require integration. So currently, various ministries and agencies are drafting the sections they're responsible for. Consultation committee had discussions, and indeed, there has to be some trade-off. Some issues will be included. As for you mentioned some issues which were not discussed in the first NAP. Maybe they are not in our draft yet, but it doesn't mean that we are withdrawing those issues. So in drafting the draft, protection of the right to life is still very important in the human rights policies in our country. So the government will still follow constitutional court's judgments or our future human rights plan to promote related work.
I have been involved in the monitoring of the National Action Plan of my country, which is the mainly primary responsibility of the Ministry of Justice in Korea. In our case, the plan is 5-year period. I think 3 year is short, and you need to work on the next National Action Plan before it is finished. So at least the next National Action Plan should be finished. If it was supposed to be finished in 2004, you need to come up with it at least early 2025, which is already late. So my question would be, how do you ensure that next time this kind of gap would not happen again? So if you come up with your next plan, starting from 2026 up to 2029, yeah, how can you make sure from the executive Yuan's point of view that it doesn't have a gap next time? There should be institutional mechanism that guarantees that there should be no gap. Yeah. And then second question would be, we are here to protect the civil and political rights as well as economic, social, and cultural rights from the international law point of view. And then Taiwanese government is committed to abide by these international human rights standards. So the recommendations from this International Review Committee should be included in the National Action Plan, for sure. Yeah? Not just negotiating, deleting one right and then replacing it with another one. It's not a subject of negotiation, but rather it should be guaranteed, together with the rights of the child, rights of disabled persons, et cetera, that Taiwan is a treaty, Taiwan is a party to these core international human rights treaties. So what would be the institutional framework to guarantee that all these issues are included in the next National Action Plan? So no gap in between the second round, third round, because 2-year gap is a big one. Yes. And then how can you make sure that all our recommendations, plus from your review on other issues, can be included in the National Action Plan in the future? That would be my question. And I think that you are not the only person who is in charge of that. I presume that all the government ministries will be involved together with National Human Rights Commission and the civil society in coming up with the National Action Plan. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Just related to that, I wanted to ask, so the previous National Action Plan ended in 2024. Do you have a assessment of what came out of that plan? What were the achievements? Did it contribute to improving the human rights situation in Taiwan? I mean, it's good to go from one plan to another, but surely the next plans have to be based on your monitoring the success of the previous plan. So if you could say anything on that or point us to any documents that have that kind of assessment, it would be very useful for us. Thank you.
Okay, the Department of Human Rights, in response to the reviewers' inquiries, in 2024, the first version of the action plan and the assessment, I think, yes, we can share with you the report we have publicized on the Executive Yuan's official website. The report focused on certain issues, including issues that we have to work more on down the road. So it's very transparent, it's publicly available. Next, why do we decide on a 3-year action plan? Why not longer? How do we link the action plan with the international review outcomes? In fact, in the past couple of years, the Executive Yuan, in preparing the national reports, has been working closely with many ministries and departments, including the first version of the National Human Rights Action Plan. Before that action plan took effect, we continuously engaged with different departments, including the concluding observations from the review of CEDAW, CRPD, CRC, etc. So the government is in close contact with the civil society. We welcome concrete advice from the civil society. So for the second version of the action plan, it's still in the drafting stage. Of course, we will also take into account the concluding observations and recommendations from different review outcomes of various human rights covenants. However, there may be some issues that are not included in the action plan. It doesn't mean we don't value or emphasize those issues. We will definitely address them in, say, the next national report or through other means. We definitely work closely with all departments and ministries in taking into account the concluding observations and recommendations. As for the 3-year time frame, is it too short? We actually draw reference from many other country experiences. It seems that some countries would have, 2-year action plan, 3 or 4-year action plans. In either case, we will continue to seek input from our advisors to see if changes are needed. Thank you.
Koresumanga, thank you very much. Terima kasih again. I mentioned this earlier in the morning of this action plan, National Human Rights Action Plan. I think this is not about commitments, but this is like overview of the plan of the Taiwan government, how to comprehensively promote and advance the situation of human rights in Taiwan. So everything has to be included. It has to be comprehensive. So we can have like overarching tools to oversee the progress of how the government of Taiwan have met its commitments to the human rights law. And I would like to emphasize again that this to include the specific section on how to advance the situations of indigenous peoples in this country. And I would like to again reiterate the appreciations of passing the Pingpu law last year, but that law, although it's there, but it is opening a window for a advancement, yeah, to really get to the point. Because I've read that law, and that law is like kind of like discounted version of being indigenous peoples. So you cannot, indigenous peoples, what is very important is the rights to land and the rights to govern and the rights to autonomy and self-governance. And that is in accordance to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which comprehend or bring together all the human rights, international human rights law into one particular UNDRIP, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So we need to comply to that ideal standards of recognizing indigenous peoples in this country, in particular, in this case, the Pingpu. So the Pingpu cannot be seen as like second-class indigenous, because the Pingpu, the one that in the law is just the rights to culture, language, it doesn't touch the rights to land and the collective rights to govern, you know, like administration and executive power of the Pingpu. And also, the Pingpu, they don't want to be called the Pingpu, right? So there should be active, how do you call that, Chair? You call that active obligations, yeah? Because to start showing respect to indigenous peoples, but by allowing them to identify themselves with the name they wanted to be called. So I think this is again my proposal, and really hopefully this can be a part of the next National Human Rights Action Plan. And so that's the first thing. And the second one is, I think it's good to have like long-term plan, and then we see we have like revisions or a evaluation every 2 or every other years. Thank you very much. But to have that long-term visions of how this country is really committed to human rights, it's good to have that long-term plan, not just 3 years plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, then we move to another issue, and I give the floor to Roslyn.
Thank you, Chair. This is a new issue for the panel, and that relates to the question of structural language discrimination in Taiwan. And you will know that we received, I think for the first time, civil society groups submitted a parallel report on structural language discrimination in Taiwan. And obviously this particularly relates to what we understand is about 70% of the population that speak Taiwanese or Taiga in their, as their home language, the language in their home that they grow up with. And yet Mandarin, which was only introduced as the official language at the time of the White Terror, has remained as the official language in terms of access to justice, to education, to various services, you know, and everybody is obliged, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing, to grow up with Mandarin, except that equal attention, equal status is not provided to the most common mother tongue, as well as in relation to other Indigenous languages. But so I guess the question is there, you know, why has there not been more formal recognition and equal treatment of Taiga as a language of Taiwan, rather than simply treating it as a minority language? Thank you. Nation really underpins discrimination in terms of access to services and many other things. So it's a critical factor in the elimination of discrimination on the grounds that are stated in the two covenants.
On structural language discrimination, maybe the Ministry of Culture can respond. Speaking on behalf of the Ministry of Culture, on national languages, I think in 2019, we passed the National Language Development Act as an effort to promote diverse language environment. So we have Mandarin, Chinese, Taiwanese, Hakka, and the many indigenous languages, as well as Taiwan Sign Language. They are all languages recognized by the state. Of course, in practice, most people would use Mandarin. So we have many policies to encourage people to use Taiwanese. For example, we provide sign language service today so that the information can be more accessible to more people. So that's my response. Thank you.
Clarify or get a little bit more information. So if I have to go to court, can I only speak and provide documents in Mandarin Chinese, not in Taiwanese, not in or if I want to access, I mean, is all of the education effectively provided only in Mandarin Chinese?
Well, whether one can use Taiwanese when going to the courts, maybe the Judicial Yuan and the Ministry of Justice can respond. Later, the Ministry of Education can respond. Please, the Judicial Yuan first. Judicial Yuan speaking. At the courts, we provide court interpreter services, and we have a regulation governing the provision of court interpretation services. Taiwanese is one of the languages covered. So if there's a need for court interpretation services, the court can hire the interpreter. the Ministry of Education speaking. In 2019, we passed the National Language Development Act, according to which all languages are equal in Taiwan. So the competent authorities must incorporate different languages into their programs. So the MOE has amended its curriculum guidelines. In fact, starting from 2022, local languages have been incorporated into curriculum starting from primary or secondary schools. Each week, at least one session will be devoted to learning this language, this local language of students' choice. So the students can choose to learn Taiwanese, Hakka, Indigenous language, or new immigrants' language. So the students can choose to learn their own mother tongue in school, and schools will do their best to accommodate their needs to ensure equality of all languages on campus. Thank you.
MOJ. There is regulations for contract interpreter in criminal cases handled by prosecutorial cases. So we recruit contract interpreters. In 2024, we recruited 322 contract interpreters covering 40 indigenous communities. So Amis, Punong, Peinan, Paiwan, and so on are included among our interpreters. Of course, the Taiwanese is also included. There are other foreign languages, such as French, German, Spanish, and Russian. We do have interpreters for those languages as well. Thank you.
I would like to know more in detail in the situation of the language teaching in schools. Yeah, and then the person who is from Ministry of Education said that these indigenous languages or languages of the new immigrants as needed are taught in all schools. So I would like to know whether there are enough teachers trained in languages other than Mandarin, or is the teachers concentrated in the area? For example, whether indigenous people and students are concentrated and then not in other schools, or is it mandatory that all schools have these teachers who are trained in languages other than Mandarin? Yes, that would be my question.
MOE here. In teacher training, we try to satisfy students' needs if they want to learn their mother tongue. In terms of teacher training, we have qualification system. So you want to understand that there are so many schools and so many different needs of the students. How do we fulfill these needs? Well, in addition to teaching on site, we also use remote teaching extensively. there's live streaming. That is to say, qualified teachers teach these classes, and if they do not have qualification yet, we recruit support teachers as well. As I said, we have video conference teaching. That is to say, students want to learn the same language can be gathered together in school, or it is possible that there is only one student in this school who wants to learn the Amis language. Then through remote teaching, these students can go online to join the live streaming class to learn the language he or she wants to learn. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, any other questions on the language issue? No. Then I would like to give the floor to David on another issue, and that's the right to information, please.
Thank you very much. One of the issues, and this actually is somewhat related to language, but comes at the issue slightly differently. In reading through the Common Core and other documents, it wasn't clear to me the extent to which the government has a commitment to providing access to information, which obviously applies in a language context, but more generally, I understand that Taiwan adopted a Freedom of Information law, I think in 2015, but I think it would be useful to know the extent to which government agencies provide proactively for access to information, both to ensure that individuals residing in Taiwan have access to information about what government is doing, but also the extent to which they can request information from government. So one question is about freedom of information policy, and I think it extends across ICCPR and civil and political rights and economic, social, and cultural rights issues. Related to that is a separate issue which has to do with the protection of whistleblowers. And again, I may have missed it in all of the documentation, but it would be useful to know the extent to which the government protects whistleblowers who are claiming waste, fraud, or abuse within government as well. So that means the protection of whistleblowers themselves, the protection of the confidentiality of whistleblowers, and the protection of media access to such whistleblowing. I know that's a very broad set of questions, but particularly on freedom of information, I'd be interested to know the extent to which the government is implementing the existing law. Thank you.
好，有关于那个政府咨询，向法务部法律事务司回应。
好，这个政府资讯公開。
再麻煩一下那個
information access and whistleblower protection. I will ask the MOJ to respond. This is MOJ, Legal Affairs Department. I'm the Deputy Director. Thank you for your question. Well, in 2005, we passed the Freedom of Government Information Law, and this law gives the right to know to all the people in Taiwan. And this is a right in the substantive law. So there are remedies if such law, if such right is not fulfilled, they can propose administrative remedies. So when we design the law, there are two aspects. The first aspect is that the government proactively disclose government information. And another aspect is that when the government does not disclose certain information, people are able to apply to access such information. And following this law, there are information related to the rights of the people and the policy implementation. These can all be accessed, and actually they should be publicly made available too. And also in our law, it's very clear that there are 10 kinds of information that have to be made available regardless of how personnel, or how much personnel or other resources you have. And the other aspect, as I said, is when the government does not disclose certain information, people can apply. As long as people submit applications, the government have to receive such applications, and they may approve such application, or if there are cases when such information cannot be provided, well, there are nice circumstances like that. It's very clear in the law. So it's not to say that the government agencies would arbitrarily say that, oh, we are not disclosing such information. Instead, it is very clear that only under 9 conditions that such government information doesn't have to be provided. This law also states that when people apply to access some government information and following the law, some information doesn't have to be provided. But for any information that is not within the scope of non-disclosure, that has to be provided. That's our response. Thank you.
Well, my colleague just
the agency of the agency against corruption was called by the convener to respond. Oh, anyone? Sorry, anyone from this department? From the agency against corruption? Ministry of Justice? Okay, then regarding whistleblowing in Republic of China, Taiwan, I think the Whistleblower Protection Act was just passed a year or 2 years ago, and people who are to be covered have been discussed for a long time. Does it cover businesses? Does it cover government agencies or everyone? And the Legislative Yuan passed the scope to limit it to government agencies or businesses that hold a certain percentage, or companies that have certain amount of shares that are held by the government, that they can be covered by the Whistleblower Protection Act. This act is relatively new. The administrative implementation and the rules are still being drafted. And after the passage of this law, we've been rolling out new education and training. Currently, we want to start with a smaller scope to protect the whistleblowers. For example, if they want to disclose some fraud, And then we will see how we can expand the scope. So first of all, it is protecting the whistleblowers that disclose some cases because of public good or public interest.
Thank you. Please.
I would like to raise another side of this access to information. Because from the reports, alternative reports submitted by NGOs, many organizations pointed out the fact that there is not enough data or information, statistics. So in order to come up with proper law, proper policy, necessary program, etc., there should be really enough data and statistics desegregated by relevant criteria, which is needed in that field. So I would like to ask the question how the Taiwanese Office of Statistics or Statistical Bureau is consulted in order to collect proper data, necessary data. And I think usually the census is done maybe every 10 years or 5 years, different in different countries. But in addition to the regular census for the whole population, there is housing data collection, job, employment collection, data collection, time use data, many data collections in different areas, which is done sometimes annually or biannually or every 3 years. Big sample, small sample, representative sample, etc. So my question is, when you come up with report or national action plan or decide human rights policy, is the Office of Statistics consulted and discussed, together what kind of data needs to be collected in consultation with the civil society? Because it is the civil society who pointed out that there is no enough data, for example, defining the poverty line, number of homelessness, eviction, how many students would need assistance for students with disability, in what area. All kinds of data needs to be streamlined and should be collected so that the government can come up with the necessary policy improvement, new legislation, etc. I don't know whether there is anybody from the Office of Statistics, but anybody who can answer these questions. Or Ministry of Justice, when you come up with the new National Action Plan, is the Office of Statistics is included in the discussion. Or Statistical Office is in consultation with the civil society what information data should be collected. I would appreciate their response. Thank you.
Maybe the Directorate General of Budget, Accounting and Statistics, DGBAS, can help address the question. I speak on behalf of DGBAS of the Executive Yuan. In government data, basically, this work is divided among different competent authorities. As for human rights data statistics, according to the first National Human Rights Action Plan, there are human rights indicators and some rules as to how to implement the action plan. So we have selected a few important human rights indicators. The NHRC on a regular basis collects data. So we provide the data for the NHRC, and other ministries and government agencies also provide data to the NHRC, and the Commission also publish the data on their websites. So that's how data is collected and handled. So different ministries and departments have their own statistics office to collect data too. Thank you.
Is one overarching national office to deal with the statistics. Of course, each ministry will collect its own necessary data, but overall office is not existent. Who does the census?
The DGBAS speaking for the second time. The statistics is conducted among different agencies. So different ministries can collect data. For nationwide data, we, the DGBAS, will collect data on census, unemployment rate. So for agricultural and commercial census, demographic census, yes, we, the DGBAS, would do this census.
I would repeat my question. Have you consulted with the civil society what data you need to collect? Has there been any consultation with the civil society regarding data collection?
Usually, when we perform census or surveys, we would consult experts and scholars or competent government authorities to see what data they would focus on. At present, we do not, on a regular basis, consult the civil society groups. No.
Yeah. Just to pursue on that, there's some data on human rights issues that can be collected in a census, but censuses are done on a periodic basis, 10 years, whatever. There's some critical human rights issues, I think I should refer to these, where information needs to be collected regularly, like, for example, number of homeless people or number of people forcibly evicted. We cannot wait for 10 years to get that data. So the only way this can be done is if individual ministries working, let's say, on housing, on land, are routinely, regularly collecting this data and also going out on the field and also consulting with civil society organizations. So is that process being done? Because one of the concerns we have is that unless this data is collected, we are not only not getting an accurate picture of human rights in the country, but we are also not getting close to what the solutions would be to tackle, let's say, the number of homeless people on the street. So maybe there are individual ministries that can answer this question as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I speak on behalf of the Family Administration under the Ministry of Health and Welfare. The number of homeless people, the number will be collected by local governments on an annual basis. So basically, we do have annual updates on the number of homeless people on the street.
But where is that published? Where is that information available?
Well, my colleague is in charge of this matter. We do have a so-called combined statistics, and that will be the source of information if we want to know the number of homeless people on the street. And that combined statistics is available on my ministry's website. So we also include them in our annual report. For any civil society groups, they can check that out on the website. DGBAS, speaking for the third time. You mentioned there are many human rights indicators. Different ministries will have to collect data along those indicators. For example, education-related data, the MOE will be in charge. Labor data, the Ministry of Labor. But human rights indicators cover a wide range of issues. So there are 255 indicators in the first version of the National Human Rights Action Plan. So at my office, we do require the relevant departments and ministries to produce the data based on the human rights indicators. And we also ask them to provide such data on a regular basis. Department of Human Rights speaking. The DGBAS talk about the human rights indicators. Yes, they were included in the first version of the action plan of national human rights. So currently, the projects are still ongoing. Most the ministries have drawn reference from the UN's demonstrative human rights indicators, including freedom of speech, right to health, and right to housing, social protection. So different departments in the government have discussed along the 6 rights to decide what kind of data we must collect. Right now, human rights indicators related data along the 6 rights have been collected, and they are available on the Executive Yuan's website. It will be updated on an annual basis. In the future, we will continue to see if additional data needs to be included. But this is part of the first National Human Rights Action Plan, focusing on 6 rights in particular.
Dunya?
Okay, thank you. You can see that we are all insisting on collection of data and then also asking where exactly and who exactly is collecting data. It is really important to say that anything to do with the human rights compliance has to be based on facts. Also, when we try to recommend introduction of new ways of improving your legislation. And when it comes to collection of data, I would like to pose a question when it comes to gender-based violence as a barrier to exercising rights. So who would be agency, or is it something that is done by several? How does the government ensure that survivors, particularly women, can effectively exercise civil and political rights? And the data and the collection of data on reporting, on prosecution and convictions. Then another issue that I would like to raise is related to the intersectional discrimination. Here I would mention Indigenous women, new immigrants, elderly women, women with disabilities, rural women, and LGBTI people. And the question is, what measures ensure their equal enjoyment of civil and political rights? And then again, here we would also need disaggregated data. The third question is, what systems exist to collect sex disaggregated data across the ICCPR protected domains, including policing, detention, political participation, freedom of expression, cases, and access to remedies.
Okay, speaking of gender-based violence, maybe Ministry of Health and Welfare will respond later, including how to ensure protection of rights. Indigenous issues, maybe CIP, Council of the Indigenous will respond to that. And then for the prosecution of defendants and detention related issues, the Department of Prosecutorial Affairs of MOJ will respond. This is Ministry of Health and Welfare. I'm from the Department of Protective Services. So you asked about gender-based violence. Our ministry has our statistics. We do penetration survey or prevalence survey to understand the landscape, to understand this issue in Taiwan so that we can propose better policies. Local government also all have their domestic violence and sexual assault prevention centers. These centers work with a social affairs system, health system, police system, and justice system and the schools to provide multi-channel protection for the victims. As for the protection for the victims, I think Judicial Yuan and MOJ will respond to that. This is Council for the Indigenous. This is CIP. Speaking of your questions on protection for civil and political rights, is there gender-related protection measures? We have implementation plan in order to implement the gender equality policy guideline by the Executive Yuan. And we have a dedicated task force. And different genders' participation in decisions in companies is our in companies or in the government, and is our focus. For example, in indigenous communities or in traditional organizations, in tribal meetings, are there any differences due to gender? That's CIP's focus. That's our 2-year focus, and we're working with the local government to produce further statistical data. Thank you. This is MOJ, the prosecutorial department. In 2023, we prosecuted 177 cases and 1,812 people. In 2024, prosecutions number reached 1,890. 1,923 people. In 2025, the prosecutions reached 1,965, with 2,051 defendants prosecuted. That's our information. Thank you. Speaking of new immigrants, Ministry of Interior. So will Immigration Agency respond to this or any other agency? This is Immigration Agency. Speaking of new immigrants, our statistical data is provided on our official website. Furthermore, gender-related data is disaggregated in our statistical data. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that discussion. And statistics are very important also for the issue that I want to raise now, which relates to poverty, the social security provisions, and so on, and a number of linked issues. So first of all, I do want to acknowledge, Taiwan's economic success, which is recognized globally. I mean, it is something to be extremely proud of, and it has led to a pretty good standard of living for most of the people here in Taiwan. But this review, the fourth Governance Review, received quite a number of submissions that raise the issue of poverty and what appears to be entrenched in many cases, issues, obviously relating to homelessness, as an example of the manifestation of poverty, submissions from health NGOs about the fear that perhaps young people with mental health issues have of trying to get into full-time jobs because they would lose their benefits and that would undermine the financial viability of the families. And perhaps, most distressingly, the stress that is caused to people, to families caring for severely disabled, often children or very elderly people. And in fact, we were given figures that there's been an average in the last few years, an average of 8.8 care-related homicides, 40% of those involving disabled children. So that is an absolute tragedy. And one of the issues that comes through consistently and was raised previously by the review panel in previous reviews was the relationship, was the impact of household aggregation to determine social security benefits. And it's quite a complex thing because who it counts as being part of a household, which goes well beyond just if you happen to be living in that house and you have blood relations in that household. And I think, you know, the evidence that we have in the reports we've received this time make a really strong, compelling case for moving away from household aggregation towards individual entitlements and individual support. And you know, and the fear will be, as I take it from the government responses to some of these things, that you know, families will not fulfill their responsibilities. But I don't think that is, we don't have evidence that bears that out. At the moment, what we do have evidence of is a social security system that is actually, not that this is an excuse, but is leading to homicides, which at least we can understand, if not excuse, among other things. So I guess my question is, has the time come finally to reconsider the social security system? Because of course there are other issues that relate to this, and the treatment of domestic workers, and particularly migrant domestic workers, who are fulfilling so much of the in-home care, but themselves do not necessarily receive either fair treatment under the labour laws or adequate care if something happens to them. So these are interrelated issues, and I wonder if it's time for a comprehensive review of the provision of social security, taking account of the fact that these are challenging times economically for countries everywhere, but in terms of the well-being and the human rights of people, the right to a decent life, social security is critical.
If I may, thank you, Roslyn, for introducing this topic, which I'm sure we'll explore in greater detail when we discuss tomorrow in subgroups the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. Let me perhaps add two sub-questions to this general issue of how Taiwan is dealing with the issue of poverty. The first one is the gap between the estimated 12 to 13% of the population that is living in poverty on the one hand, and the fact that only 2.17%, according to 2025 statistics, of the population benefit from the Public Assistance Act that is meant to provide basic income security to people in desperate need. Why this gap? Are there any reasons why people might not be applying for public assistance because of shame, because of fear, because of the risk that their situation will be causing to them more problems than providing solutions if they apply for public assistance? So could you perhaps enlighten us as to why this gap exists? And perhaps to complement on this further, there is, of course, a draft legislation pending to amend the Public Assistance Act, which in particular should allow to remove the huku requirement, the requirement that you can only apply for public assistance in the place where you are officially registered. And most probably we will return to this topic tomorrow. But will the draft, will the amended Public Assistance Act also focus on individuals rather than households as beneficiaries of social assistance? Essentially, it seems from what we read in the submissions received that it is the family rather than the state that in the current system is responsible for providing support to people who are destitute. But sometimes the support from the family is fictitious rather than real. And I was hoping whether we could be informed about the content of the Public Assistance Act and whether there are prospects of this being improved. Since the amendments have been announced in April 2024, 2 years ago, it would be interesting for us to know whether this plan to reform the Public Assistance Act has been making progress, and if so, what on these different fronts do you believe might be gained from the reforms that are under preparation? Thank you.
All
right. In response to your questions about the long-term care tragedy and Public Assistance Act amendments, I ask the Ministry of Health and Welfare to respond. Thank you for the questions. Regarding the Public Assistance Act, the amendment has been sent to the Executive Yuan for review, and the review process is still ongoing. On poverty line, we basically rely on the standard or criterion provided by the DGBAS. That is the 60% of the median average household income. And the DGBAS also provides us the basic income level. As for the household requirement, of course, we are aware that society is changing. Why have we always emphasized family as a unit? This is because of the cultural emphasis on family bond, and the Civil Code also stipulates that family members should support each other. However, going forward, we would like to relax the provisions in the Public Assistance Act. So we are discussing with the Executive Yuan. Perhaps in the future, the local government in conducting home visits will be able to remove family members that are not cohabiting or supporting the family financially from the requirement. 2.17% of low-income people receiving public assistance. Basically, 2.17% of the population are the registered low-income households. If we include other subsidies and stipends and grants for the elderly people or for people with disabilities, I would say the number would go up to 9%. In any case, we'll continue to collect more input from different sectors. Thank you.
Very much it's good to know that there's some consideration being given to these changes. I think that, as my colleague said, we will perhaps go into this in more detail tomorrow, but I do just want to say that, of course, society is changing, and some families are not in any position to provide the sort of support that they theoretically might be responsible for. But I also want to say that most families want to provide that support, but at the moment, many of them are reaching breaking point in doing it, either physically, emotionally, mentally, financially. And so it's not because they don't want to provide the support, but it's just because the demands are so great. And if there was greater assistance for them and for those families, they would be able to continue to support their loved one, but without reaching breaking point. And that's why the disaggregation is so important. Thank you.
If there's nothing anymore on poverty and...
Can I just add, and can we also, I mean, that doesn't need to answer now, but the Labour Department are clearly with respect to the domestic workers. I mean, this is an issue that needs to take that into consideration as well.
Yes. But can I move then to another issue? That is in the general core document. It's about human rights education. That says that at primary, secondary school level, human rights education is promoted through a teacher training mechanism overseen by human rights subgroups of central and local advisory bodies for national education. And then it says also that human rights education is in higher education at 65 universities. But on the other hand, we received information from non-governmental organizations saying that human rights education actually in schools is kind of decreasing. It's not anymore as much as it has in the past. And that's my question. And it's, of course, also a question of data. But first of all, is human rights education a mandatory subject in primary and secondary education, as it is required by the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights Education, and in fact also can be deducted from the right to education in Article 13 of the Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. So is it a mandatory subject? And if so, is there enough training on teachers' education? So if which teachers are actually providing human rights education, and what is their education at a higher level in teacher training colleges or at universities? Please.
Human rights education in schools, the MOE, please. Yes. On human rights education, in our 12-year compulsory education system, human rights education is one of the main issues. It's not a standalone subject. It is incorporated into, say, social studies or other subjects. Usually, at the central and local level, we do have training teams to help these teachers. So this national education training course can help the school teachers to learn about human rights education for professional development. We also have Human Rights Education Resource Center, which trains seed instructors for human rights education. There are also workshops organized to help teachers design their lesson plans and curriculum. We also have human rights websites on which you can find information about human rights curricula, teaching materials, and workshops and seminars. In schools, there's a diverse way of teaching human rights ideas. So aside from lectures, videos, drama, theatrical activities can be included, or site visits, field trips can all be part of the human rights education program on campus. So I would say there's very diverse content included. Teacher training, there are specialized courses or general education issues that teachers can take to improve their knowledge about human rights education. So human rights education is incorporated into the 12-year compulsory education system. We do expect each teacher to be trained in relation to human rights education, especially when it comes to the child and juvenile rights. So we provide more stringent training programs for principals and teachers about CRC content. For example, for primary and secondary schools, 90% of principals have attended CRC-related workshops. As for teachers, about 70% of them have attended CRC-related courses. In primary and secondary schools, CRC is really important to safeguard children and juveniles' human rights. So with such a high percentage of principals and teachers having received such training, this should be very beneficial to the introduction of human rights education on campus.
This training to primary and secondary school teachers, where do they have their human rights education from?
At Teachers Training College, of course, the lecturers, professors with human rights expertise will be the instructors. In the primary and secondary schools, we have national education training and mentoring course at the local and central levels. The mentors or trainers at these courses, they include experts, scholars. So primary and secondary school teacher will be able to learn from these human rights experts so that they know how to develop teaching materials. In other words, after receiving such training, they will be play the role of teacher's teacher, the seed instructor, and then through workshops, seminars, they can help more school teachers to learn how to implement human rights education. Sometimes such workshops may be conducted online so that discussions can take place. So aside from guidance from scholars and experts, for many teachers, these mentoring groups also plays a very important role. Or in the civil society, there may be human rights experts. They can be invited to teach these teachers.
Following up, if it's not a mandatory separate subject, it is voluntary. So it means every teacher at the secondary school might include human rights education in whatever, in history classes or in any classes, but it's not compulsory. No? So it's simply up to the teachers whether they provide human rights education or not. Is that correct? Correct understanding?
Well, I think it's unlikely the situation you described would happen, because in our curriculum, aside from learning objectives and key learning outcomes, the human rights education is also the content the teacher has to teach their students. The competent authority, i.e. the MOE, reviews the school's curriculum plans. As I said, there are 19 major issues, and we make sure the 19 major issues are incorporated into the teaching of different subjects, languages, social studies, etc. That's one thing. So when we review the school's teaching plans, we do review if the human rights education, along with the other 18 topics or issues, are incorporated. Moreover, in some, examinations, national or college entrance examinations, such ideas may be incorporated in the test questions. As a result, human rights education may not be a compulsory, stand-alone subject, but the content has to be taught to the students by the teachers. We definitely hope all the teachers are equipped with the competence and capacity to teach human rights ideas. From schools' perspective, I don't think schools dare to overlook the importance of human rights education, because that may have an impact on the students' performance in entrance examinations to college, for example.
Anybody else on human rights education? Please.
Well, thank you for that answer. And I, for one, as a former education sector senior trade union official, would concur that actually incorporating human rights into the different subjects, at particularly primary school and early secondary school, is by far the most effective way, rather than teaching it as a standalone. So thank you for that. But I do want to say that actually I think what we've learned from monitoring the impact of so-called human rights education is that actually what's required is a focus on schools as human rights communities. So it isn't just about what is taught, but it's also about how people deal with each other, how the students deal with each other, issues around bullying, how you grapple with students learning to respect each other, to respect difference, to accept, for example, children who may seem different from the majority, who are perhaps disabled in the mainstream, which is an important element of a school as a human rights community. It's also about you know, how the teachers are treated and whether they're themselves are treated fairly in all sorts of different ways, and whether they're able to have a voice in how the school is working and how they engage with families and with their local communities. So I just want to plant that idea. It's probably already here, but the emphasis should no longer just be on so-called teaching. It should be on building a human rights community and for children and young people to grow up knowing how to practice human rights in their dealings with others and their respect for others.
Thank you. Are there any other general issues that my colleagues would like to raise? We have still some time left in this session. Olivier, please.
Thank you. I think part of the general issues covering both covenants is also the non-discrimination framework. And in particular, which plans do you have to complement the existing framework with a specific anti-discrimination law covering the grounds referred to in Article 2, paragraph 2 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights and the equivalent provision in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. In many countries, whereas a number of traditional grounds of prohibited discrimination are covered, there is one omission, which is the prohibition of discrimination on grounds of social origin or socio-economic disadvantage. And I personally would be very interested in knowing whether the draft bill includes that ground, and more generally what the prospects are for complementing the anti-discrimination framework.
Okay. About Anti-Discrimination Act and framework, Department of Human Rights, please. Department of Human Rights of Executive Yuan on anti-discrimination law. In the previous review, actually, there are CORs suggesting anti-discrimination or an overall Equality Act. And in the first National Action Plan for Human Rights, the government was committed to drafting a comprehensive anti-discrimination act. 2 years ago, during the ICESCR review, or before or after the review, the Department of Human Rights had a draft. And we sought public opinions. I think the progress has been explained in our response to LOIs. Within the past 2 years, we look at the content of the draft. There are provisions about compensation, remedies, people with disabilities, gender, religions, education, indigenous issues. Different sectors had all submitted their recommendations. In discussing with other ministries and agencies, from the second half of 2024 to 2025, there were discussions. And last year, the end of last year, the beginning of this year, we also discussed with Yuan, NHRC, and city government to discuss the details. We will collect these feedbacks as soon as possible in order to complete the legislation. Thank you.
But I think one of the questions was whether social origin or economic status was part of the draft of the anti-discrimination law.
好，那在针对刚刚委员垂询的这部分，我们先。
In our previous draft, there was an inclusion of economic status or social status into the grounds. So instead, gender or race, age, religion, disabilities, and so on. These are the several grounds that are included. As for social and economic status, it's not included in the Comprehensive Anti-Discrimination Act draft. But this draft is also linked to other provisions in other laws. So social and economic status may appear in other legislations, but not in this comprehensive anti-discrimination law as it is right now. I'm not sure if I respond to your question.
Many thanks. You did respond, certainly. But of course, it is disappointing to hear. I think it would be useful for us to understand what are the obstacles resulting in the adoption of this bill being delayed. In general, it seems to me that quite a few important legislative reforms do not manage to get through the parliamentary process. And the current polarization of political life in the country is a real obstacle to making progress on the front of human rights. So any comment on this would be, I think, welcome. But secondly, anti-discrimination frameworks should not only, I think, explicitly include social origin or socioeconomic disadvantage, but also should be not limited to a limited set of grounds on which discrimination is prohibited, but should be open to any other ground because human rights should be granted or provided without discrimination. And that is what we find in the covenants. So let me simply say, Mr. Chair, that one good thing about the adoption of the bill being delayed is that it can still be improved in the way it's drafted. Thank you.
Yes, we had a good discussion earlier today about the second National Action Plan on Human Rights, but there is also a related topic, which is the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. And I'm just wondering, the original was drafted some years ago. In the most recent concluding observations of the International Committee in 2022, there was talk about a revised National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, and also a recommendation that the government of Taiwan develop legislation on business and human rights to impose due diligence obligations on all Taiwanese businesses operating in other countries. And so I was just wondering if we could get an update on the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, as well as my colleague's earlier recommendation for legislation on corporate due diligence. Thank you.
Ministry of Economic Affairs. The Business and Human Rights National Action Plan back in 2024 already saw review meetings and public hearings. some contents are still being reviewed and revised right now. That's my response.
Maybe also a few remarks from me regarding the delay of enacting law or revising a law should be done by the Parliament, Legislative Yuan. It seems like there have been many pending revisions or enactment of the laws, and unless the political climate changes in the composition of the parties within the Parliament, the government seems to be facing difficulties, and then have to wait, redrafting, changing. So I think here comes the role of National Human Rights Commission, very importantly, trying to raise the public awareness on the issues, together with the executive Yuan or the government, different ministries. And actually, politicians are afraid of the public opinion. And unless there should be initiative rather than just drafting and waiting, there should be proactive engagement from the side of the government, as well as initiatives taken by the National Human Rights Commission, whether it comes to the amendment of the Public Assistance Act or drafting of comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation or business and human rights, etc. So I don't know, can I have any feedback or response from the government or National Human Rights Commission in that regard? Thanks.
Maybe just while they're thinking about that, can I just add that actually there's also a big responsibility on civil society, because at the end of the day, parliamentarians respond to the people in their constituencies, the people whose votes they need. And I know it can be, don't get me wrong, huge admiration for civil society in Hong Kong. It has achieved so much. Human rights organisations have really made a difference in this country and continue to do so. And I know it can be tiring and sometimes depressing, and sometimes you do need to take a break from it. But actually, at the end of the day, it's civil society that determines whether a culture of human rights survives. And so, and parliamentarians respond to the people in their constituencies. So I think it's a combined effort that's needed to persuade this Parliament that human rights should not be a party political matter. They should be non-partisan. It's entirely legitimate to question the best ways of implementing some human rights laws, policies and practices, but it shouldn't be a question of we're just putting our hands up and saying no to everything. There should be a joint commitment to human rights as the foundation for this very important society, this very critical state in this part of the world.
Thank you.
OK， 有关于那个禁止
On Anti-Discrimination Act and the Human Rights and Business Action Plan. This, of course, has a lot to do with the composition of the legislature as it stands now. I think we can ask the NHRC and the MOEA to respond. First of all, the Department of Human Rights, please. My department serves as a liaison between different ministries under the Executive Yuan on a comprehensive anti-discrimination law. As you heard, such clauses and provisions are scattered throughout different laws and regulations concerning education, labor, etc. So yes, there has been a delay in the enactment of this act. But at the same time, we have been engaging in more detailed discussions. I think in our previous discussions, we have heard many different opinions. And now it seems that the type of discrimination will be centered on the article, on the CRPD, General Comment number 6, and differential treatment, harassment, a refusal of harassment. As for education and employment, basically, you can see the provisions in the Anti-Discrimination Act will have to reflect the situation in different fields. Of course, that means there's still much more to be reviewed and discussed. As for the situation in the legislature, I think for us in the executive branch, when we formulate a draft implementation act or any potential legislation, we have been doing this constantly. We have not been stopped because of the gridlock in the parliament. Of course, the timing may be affected. We have to be prepared at the executive branch so that we can have the enactment and legislation in a timely manner. So the Executive Yuan has been doing all the work nonstop. If support from the parliament is needed, of course, things are more complicated then. On the National Human Rights Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, as you just heard, that action plan doesn't have to be approved by the legislature. It's just that many departments believe improvements can be made, and input from civil society is also being collected. That's why it is still a work in progress. Thank you. NHRC speaking. Thank you for your kind words. In the past 6 years, the Commission is still trying to figure out the best way to get the job done. At the Commission, we provide opinions on the reports produced by enterprises on their promotion of human rights. So we tend to be more cautious. For example, we actually made some proposals for the Anti-Discrimination Act, but we did not publicize our views on the legislative process. But we spent a lot of time coordinating internally. in the planning stage, we did not publicize the stance held by the NHRC. Rather, when a legislation is released, we would tell the public in the legislative process what proposals and inputs we have produced. And I think we will do a better job starting from the next session. Thank you.
Comments or questions from the bench here? Or any other kind of final statements the government or the other representatives here would like to make before we slowly close this long session here? I see Olivier.
Thank you. Since David Boyd mentioned the Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, and there was a response about the status of the action plan linked to consultations that should improve it. I have a perhaps naive question, but some of the proposals that were anticipated to be in the Action Plan on Business and Human Rights apparently are now being delayed because the action plan has not been adopted yet. And I'm thinking in particular of the reform of the minimum wage legislation, which, according to some information we have received, may not be, as it is today, protecting with an adequate level of the minimum wage workers from inflation. Although there is an indexation on the cost of living that seems not to be sufficient to protect from inflation, and that apparently is one reason why people who have public benefits may be unwilling to take a job, at least formally, because of the fear that they will be worse off once they work than as they benefit from some form of public assistance. And so my question is the following. Must you understand that the changes, the improvements that the Action Plan on Business and Human Rights is meant to bring about will be delayed until there's an agreement on the action plan? Would it not be possible to accelerate certain more urgent reforms even before this action plan is adopted in full and thus implemented? And if you could in particular comment on the minimum wage issue, I think it would be interesting, although again, I think this anticipates on discussions we look forward to having tomorrow in greater detail. Thank you.
On the minimum wage legislation, some workers have been struggling to cope with rising inflation. In fact, we have a minimum wage review committee consisting of representatives from the industry and the labor. And basically, there are two types of metrics that will be taken into account in setting the minimum wage. The first one is the must have metrics. CPI, for example. CPI has to be taken into account in setting the minimum wage level. For 10 consecutive years, we have been revising up the minimum wage. And the increase is greater than the CPI increase. So the other metrics is optional metrics. These may include economic growth, GDP growth, other labor productivity data. So for the past 10 years, the increase of the minimum wage actually outpaces the increase in CPI, inflation.
David, please.
Yes,
oh,
so...
it's a follow-up question. Okay, sorry.
No, follow-up?
I am so grateful that we enter at least the surface of the discussion on the minimum wage. But so, whereas the minimum wage has risen in recent years faster than the consumer price index, there is no stipulation to the review committee, the tripartite review committee, that it should also set the minimum wage at a level that reduces wage inequalities. That is not part of the mandate of that review committee. I ask this because in order to reduce inequalities, many countries have a requirement that the minimum wage, for example, is set at least 50 or 60% of the median wage, which is a way to ensure that the gaps do not increase between the high wages and the low wages in the labor force. But that is not part of what is currently the practice under the 2024 Minimum Wage Act, if I understand correctly.
Thank you for remarks. Per my understanding, well, actually, I studied the indicators to adjust minimum wage. As I know, yes, a few of countries, I understand that not a lot, a few countries use a certain percentage of the median wage, maybe 50%, 60%, use that as reference, but that's not a lot. Most countries still use CPI. 38 countries refer to CPI. And then the cost of living is referred. That's a combination of CPI with other factors. So 30 countries or so do that. Then the third kind, I think 20 or so countries refer to GDP economic growth rates. So only 3 countries use the median wage. So my understanding is that more countries use, for example, OECD use the 2/3 of the wage median as the line for low wage labor, and then using this labor to investigate, to understand the problems the low income laborers are facing, and then try to come up with better policies. Last year, the Premier led an economic growth committee. This committee is studying this direction. So Ministry of Labor, if we do internal statistics, we look at DGPAS data. We try to see how many laborers are under the 2/3 line of the wage median, and then to analyze what's the characteristics of this category of workers. Thank you.
Kay.
Thank you. Since we're meeting on the core document, I thought I would raise an issue that was surprising in the lack of coverage, but I wanted to start by welcoming the fact that the government has really made an effort to ensure broadband access, even in rural areas around the country. That strikes me as an important indication of an effort to distribute the benefits of the digital age. But generally speaking, the disruptions of the digital age do not appear all that much in the documentation. And perhaps this is as much a comment, but also a question for us to think about during the week, the ways in which the government may be responding to the digitalization of everything. So for example, the digitalization of various aspects of the welfare system. Do you have oversight to ensure against discrimination in that process? Do you have programs to ensure that the benefits of the digital age are distributed equally across society? So, for example, to public schools in different parts of the country. Does the government generally have a plan for ensuring that digitalization actually serves human rights rather than interfering with those kinds of rights? Now, this will come up in specific contexts. For example, in the context of rules regarding online hate speech or online speech that might be found to be contrary to national security. But as a general matter, some of these issues, they don't appear all that significantly in the material, and it strikes me as something that might be useful to surface here.
On digital policies and its impact on human rights. So Ministry of Digital Affairs, MODA. Thank you for your question. Indeed, on internet access, we made the price as a reasonable and affordable level. The public and the private sectors work together. We also facilitate such access in primary and secondary schools, and extra cost is borne by the telecommunication vendors. And our 5G network has 98% of prevalence, for 4G, 99%. Landline, 92% penetration. They have 2 GPS access. As for digital content, we hope through voluntary guidelines, all the people, including the platforms, can access the internet on a equal footing. As for illegal speech, I think different competent authorities will deal with those based on different legislation. This is MOE. MOE has a refinement program to promote digital learning for primary and secondary schools. From 2022 to 2025, MOE spent more than $20 billion to enhance the digital equipment in such schools. There are several approaches. First of all, we create quality digital learning materials. there are different websites or platforms that enable students in urban or remote areas. This is to reduce the learning divide. Second, we procure many mobile carriers to create a network environment. And in remote areas, one student is issued one tablet. In urban area, we issue one tablet to 6 students. In other words, every student has the opportunity to utilize mobile carriers or mobile devices. Every class also has internet access. We optimize campus Wi-Fi to ensure that children all have equal access to the internet. Additionally, in order to help teachers engage students with the digital learning, we ask teachers to attend A1 and A2 digital learning workshops. I think almost 100% of the teachers have attended such workshops, and this is to ensure that teachers have the abilities to lead the students to use digital channels to learn. And such access is a human right as well. So digital tools are used for differentiated teaching too. In terms of administrative resources, local education and agencies have offices for digital learning. Administrative units have the ability to support digital learning and maintain the right to digital learning of all the students. So MOE has done a lot to promote children's human rights in digital equality. We also leverage digitization to provide materials to students who need certain materials so that students can learn by themselves. Thank you.
Yeah, Kurosumang, thank you very much. I have, maybe this is new, but how do you protect human rights, especially in the situation where we are dealing with artificial intelligence today? There is problems with protection of the child, protections of women, protections of young people. And this is all very relevant to artificial intelligence and sovereignty over data. It has been one of the issues that has been raised in the past few years about this. I think this is also very important. And the second one is, I just want to make sure I'm clear with the information that I got here, that you have 2 action plans separate. Is it separate or is this the same? The National Human Rights Action Plan, and then the Business and Human Rights Action Plans. Are these separate, and how do you make sure that we don't overlap and there's no repetitions? Otherwise, it's like repeating the same things. It's just in the parallel. So how do we make sure the integrations of these 2 action plans? Thank you very much.
Regarding protection for children and women, Ministry of Health and Welfare, regarding the 2 human rights action plans, are they overlapping? How do we prevent overlapping? The Department of Human Rights will respond to that. No, but first, MOHW, Ministry of Health. Regarding question on digital challenges, children and women's protection is an issue. One issue is involuntary dissemination of sexual images, and currently we have a image center at the national level. When children or adult victims face the risk of their intimate or private images being disseminated, or when it already happened, they can file a complaint to this center, and then we will contact the vendor or the platform to remove that content. Also, the Sexual Assault Prevention Act and Children's Sexual Exploitation Prevention Act also give the local government to give administrative penalty to remove such content. Okay, Department of Human Rights, please respond to the question on the second National Action Plan on Human Rights and MOEA's business and human rights. Both of them are still being discussed internally. Well, generally speaking, National Action Plan on Human Rights has a wider scope. It's more comprehensive and lists human rights issues which have been discussed throughout several different reviews and human rights priorities raised by the civil society. There are other topical action plan, for example, to help women to prevent gender-based violence, or corporate and human rights, and human rights action plan for fishermen on the sea. And the ICESCR review also indicates that maybe there should be a national action plan for indigenous people. This is being drafted. Even for children, there could be an NAP. So there are many national action plans. In the cross-agency discussions within the Executive Yuan, we will try to prevent repetition, to streamline administrative work, and to facilitate effective implementation. There will be some repetitions, but we'll try to minimize them. And the implementation of such actions will face assessment or review, and we invite the civil society to provide their perspective and review too.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think in this very long session, we covered a broad variety of different human rights topics of a more general nature before we tomorrow go into the two different covenants reviewed by two different committees in much more detail. Let me say at the end that, of course, we are very conscious of the fact that the current political situation in Taiwan is not very conducive to progress in the field of human rights, in particular because of the legislative Yuan's opposition to certain proposals that are coming from the executive Yuan. And that's why I would like to repeat the proposal of Roslyn, that it might be very helpful for us if we could have at a certain point in these next 2 days at least half an hour or so of meeting with representatives of the legislative Yuan from the different political parties, trying to get some more clarification whether this obstruction might be solved at a certain point. But having said that, there are also many other issues that would not necessarily need legislative action and are in the hands of the executive Yuan, and there I would really hope that in the next few days we really can make progress. Since I have a little bit the feeling, if I compare to the last 3 reviews that we have had, there was a more optimistic spirit, a spirit of progress. And now I have a little bit of feeling that we are in a certain backlash. That is, of course, we have a global backlash of democracy and human rights. There are only less than 7% of the world population currently living in well-functioning democracies, according to The Economist, Freedom House, and many other organizations that are assessing the current state of democracy in the world. Taiwan still does belong to this 6.6% of well-functioning democracies, and we hope that that remains so, but that only remains if human rights are taken in a very, very responsible way and in a forward-looking manner. And that is what I hope that it's in this spirit that we conduct the review in the 2 different committees tomorrow and Wednesday, before we are then retreating to draft the concluding observations and recommendations to the government. Again, thanks to all the different departments, all the different representatives of executive, judicial, control, National Human Rights Commission, etc. And I wish you a very nice evening, and see you tomorrow again, before we have now then the meeting with the non-governmental organizations here. Thank you.
今日共同核心场次审查会议到此结束。明日上午8点30分开始。
Tomorrow, please come back at 8:30 and in room 1101 for the ICCPR review meeting. And for the ICESCR review, the meeting will be held in room 801. For any government agencies that wish to provide additional documents and information, please send it to the
4国家报。
Now we begin the meeting with non-governmental organizations, session 1. Now we would ask the chair to determine which NGOs to speak up. Please pay attention to your speech rate so as to facilitate interpretation. Please raise your hand before you want to speak. Thank you.
Afternoon. First of all, thanks very much to all the non-governmental organizations that have provided us with written information already. We had such a thick compilation of NGO documents, and of course you are still welcome if you want to submit further written communications. What we do not want is that you in a very fast speed read out written statements under a heavy time pressure. We would like to get into an interactive dialogue with you, and I hope that most of you were already following the discussion that we had now about general issues with the different branches of the Taiwanese government. That's why we would prefer that we will come up with certain questions, and whoever feels that you would like to respond to these questions, then please raise your hands and we will give you the floor. If that's fine with you, those who have already prepared written statements and wanted to read them out, please hand them out to us or to the Secretariat so that we can have them for all members of the review committee. Is that okay? Yes, please. Okay, so we had a general discussion, as you have seen. The idea was also that representatives, members of the legislative Yuan would actually be in the room and would engage in the discussions. But then we were told that none of them, no members of the legislative Yuan were here, only from the Secretariat, who really couldn't answer our main questions. And of course, the kind of deadlock we are in relation to, for instance, the Constitutional Court, but also legislative proposals that are submitted to the legislative Yuan and that are then not taken up. That is, of course, a very difficult and different situation to the earlier reviews where the governing parties had an absolute majority, or the TPP, in the parliament, in the legislative Yuan. So perhaps let me put a more general question at the beginning before we go into the different topics that we discussed before. How do you assess, in general, the current human rights situation in the country? Is it really going back in a certain way, or is there also progress in the field of human rights? I just throw out this very general question. Whoever would like to give a response is most welcome. Yes, please. 1, 2.
针对
organization you are representing.
我是民间司法改革基金会代。
The Judicial Reform Foundation speaking on this question. In fact, we mentioned that in the past 2 to 3 years, because of the political chaos, the government has not stood firm to uphold human rights. The introduction of the Implementation Act of the CAT or Anti-Discrimination Act, stagnant legislative process. These are just some examples. In fact, when the opposition parties proposed to have caning as a punishment, the government even proposed life imprisonment without parole as an amendment. So we believe that there is a backsliding in Taiwan's human rights, especially in terms of the law.
I think some of the issues cannot be blamed to the legislative yuan. For example, the failure of the anti-discrimination law or the law to implement the Convention Against Torture is within the executive yuan because they have not sent the proposal to the legislature. So I think not all can be blamed on the legislature. And also, actually, there is some progress. I mean, for example, right now, the legislature just passed the revision of the law that's governing the rights of persons with disabilities. So there is some progress. So I am not totally pessimistic because some of the human rights mechanisms has been institutionalized. Such as within the government agencies in general and for some judges. So I don't think it's going to be a big backslash. But as mentioned previously, there are some laws, particularly governed by the Ministry of Justice, that are really going backwards.
Also, on the National Action Plan on Human Rights, we have been hearing about the National Human Rights Action Plan 1.0 and the Human Rights Action Plan for Business and Human Rights. It stays at 1.0. There's no 2.0. In fact, for all the COR, most COR will result in 100 to 300 page reports that the government have to follow up on. So we have so many parallel projects and programs which lack coordination. Also, the government values votes more than vision. So as Chair Jesus mentioned, that a national action plan on human rights for 2 or 3 years, that's too short. These short-term programs will not be able to resolve long-term problems such as the abolition of the death penalty or the rights of the migrant workers. What we need instead is a longer program that has forward-looking vision to help us to redress human rights infringements. So maybe we can have a tiered approach for the entrenched violations of human rights. We use the National Action Plan on Human Rights to address, but we also need to have sector-wise human action plan to take care of the rights of indigenous people, people with disabilities, fishers, children. They can go in parallel. They're not mutually exclusive from each other, but there should be a comprehensive national action plan on human rights to coordinate all these programs. So we hope the review committee can give more guidance to the government about the formulation of the national action plan. There can be different action plans at different levels, but there has to be a visionary, say, 5-year national action plan to guide all the actions. So I think this is an example to show that after 2024, our president or premier have rarely mentioned human rights in their public speeches. So most legislations stayed where they were in 2024 when there's a new administration took office. They may be the same ruling party, but they look at this issue from different levels.
会的发言，我想要先回应刚刚。
Hi. I want to talk about business and human rights. So this is National Association of Equality for Life Taiwan. So I want to talk about the moral risks in conflicting roles. If a person is the designer of the institution and while he or she performs as the assessor as well of the institution. So isn't that going to lead to conflicting of the roles? And is that institution going to win trust from the public? There are people like this in MOJ. There are people like that in MOJ who are like judges, but there are also spokesperson of NGOs. So I'm just thinking that there are conflicting roles. Doesn't it lead to confusion of the roles, confusion of the positions, and doubt of these persons' impartiality? Second, regression of human rights. I appreciate your coming here, but I think international recommendations cannot replace domestic laws before laws are amended. The verdicts, the finalized verdicts sometimes are not implemented by the administrative branch. Selective implementation will lead to the breakdown of social contracts. This will lead to judicial controversy. Is this progress or regression of human rights? That's my question for you, actually. I think that's a good question to think about for all of us. Thank you.
I have you next, and we shouldn't have too many on this one question. We should then go to, so think about, for instance, we would like to have your opinion on the functioning of the National Human Rights Commission. So please also take that into account. And of course, also what should be the future of the Constitutional Court. How should this issue be resolved? But you were the next one.
好，谢谢委员，我是台湾全国妈妈。
This is Taiwan Mothers Shield Alliance. Progress or regression of human rights? I think there's no progress or regression. I think when we promote human rights, for a mother like myself, many terms are very vague. There's no clear definition. So when we discuss the same now, people have different ideas about it. I believe that both of the chairpersons have come to Taiwan multiple times. You have chaired such sessions many times. You've probably already observed that many terms or many positions are inconsistent. So it seems that we don't have a good opportunity to have a dialogue on, for example, gender. In Taiwan, we probably think that there are only two genders. We're not rejecting there are different sexual orientation, but in Taiwan, multiple sex or diverse gender, it's a term that is used to cover so many different things. So when we discuss these ideas, everything is so vague and unclear. Also, when we speak about human rights, I think a person has different roles. There are children, adults, minors, defendants, victims. Everybody's human rights should be different. some fundamental rights are shared by everyone, but some human rights are not necessarily the same because every individual has different status, level of maturity. You've come so many times every 4 or 5 years. You are not hearing probably not the entire story. You're hearing some NGOs or fragmented information from the government. For example, in this morning, I always heard about a social assistance and act. Some people find a full-time job and therefore their benefits are lost. Yes, it happened because I'm a social worker myself. I know that, but there are more individuals who heavily rely on benefits. They have dependency. So it seems that we're not able to say that, okay, on the legal level, we design a framework and everybody fit in the framework. I think we need more detailed discussions, which are lacking in Taiwan. Every time you come, you produce CORs, and Taiwanese government want to amend the laws. I don't think that's a good thing for a country. Thank you.
In front and then in the back.
我代表
And on behalf of the Yuan Cultural Foundation, I want to thank you for traveling from afar. We are really happy when friends come from afar. But I want to quote legislative member Wang Shijian, who said, if UN Human Rights Committee cares for Taiwan and bear the overall budget of 3 trillion and 16 million NT dollars, and then the 2 covenants can be our guiding force. And if this budget is used by you to care for us, then please include us in the UN, so that it's not like you're here to give us instructions to follow the legislations that you designate, because say only less than 10% of the population want to abolish death penalty. That's the minority, but you're receiving wrong information. Abolition of death penalty is impossible. The nationals in Taiwan wouldn't agree to that. So again, I quote from our legislature, first of all, please include Taiwan into the UN covenant organization. And if you are able to bear the more than 3 trillion NT dollars budget, then we're willing to follow your instructions. If not, I hope that you should listen to the voice of the Taiwan, because the power is in the hands of the people. That's it's not like you are the emperor and give us instruction.
You have been in the room when we started. We don't want to have kind of statements on all kind of different issues. We want to have answers on the questions that we have been raising now, and the question was the overall situation of human rights. You spoke before, and I respect that you are in favor of the death penalty, but that's not the issue now. You are the next one.
Yes, thanks. This is Amnesty International Taiwan. Yeah, and the legislative deadlock actually is becoming a
那立法院的僵局呢，其实也成为了一个好像去合理延后做这个政策改革的原因哦。然后呢，国安呢常常又成为另外一个理由。那么台湾的政府其实想要有一个暂时的外国人的居留证，那让一些人可以留在台湾，但是
simplification. So even though there is a way that's without the legislative yuan to pass the law, we can do something more. But the actual situation that there is still a lot progress can be done, which is delayed as well. So also some similar case to the NCC, because we don't have the Digital Service Act like the EU, but we still have a lot of digital platform issue here. So including the bully or just discrimination, hate speech, but we don't have any legal tool to leverage that. So the NCC tried to issue a guideline as some companies to provide some report for transparency and also the digital access protection. But they can do this, but they can do actually ask the company to do some more UNGP based, but they didn't. So again, we can see there's some administration's tool, but they still lack of the human rights perspective to angle that. And for the ICCPR and ICESCR for our meeting, we still find out that the follow-up meeting actually is just not going so well. The government actually didn't have a real conversation and tracking with the civil organizations. So that's the challenge we're facing. And we found out that civil society groups are often only able to meet with the frontline official who lack of decision-making authority. So that's also another barrier we see in recent years.
Thank you. Could I have some also assessments of the work of the National Human Rights Commission? That goes in this direction. Please, 1, 2, 3.
委员好，那
Hi. If you want to ask about an issues in the past several years, I want to talk about things that happened, things that wouldn't happen, but have been happened recently. I think the government has less and less respect for agencies that interpret Constitution, because there was an interpretation on death penalty that requires the government to be more discreet on death penalty. But I think last year or 2 years ago, the government executed a defendant. I think that was not very discreet, because the judgment verdict states that all the controversial cases have to go through retrial. And after confirmation, then the execution can be executed. But the government picked a time when the lawyer didn't have the opportunity to apply for a retrial to execute the execution. And in our culture, we think that killing a person around the New Year is not lucky. But the government at that time chose the time right before the New Year for the execution. And for life imprisonment, well, on life imprisonment, inmates could be paroled. But now people think that they have to serve longer before they can be paroled, maybe 15 years or 25 years. So this condition has become more and more strict. It was announced unconstitutional. And the government responded. But some scholars believe that these new provisions doesn't follow the judicial interpretation at all. And that's what I want to say. Hello. I am TAPCPR, Taiwan Alliance to Promote Civil Partnership Rights. And I am from the lawyer group of TAPCPR. On constitutional court, I want to provide some observations from the perspective of an organization that has been paying attention to diverse genders. Because when we discuss human rights, we discuss the regression of human rights. We are also worried that an incomplete constitutional court is not able to serve as a constitutional court to protect human rights or to protect the human rights of the minority. Some of you come to Taiwan for the first time. Some of you have come to the review for many times, but I want to provide you with a background nonetheless. In 2017, the Grand Justice meeting announced the interpretation, JY interpretation 748. But in the context of 2017, the society at the time not necessarily supported same-sex marriage. I think this example leads to the referendum in 2018, because in the national referendum, more people, more than 7 million people vote against same-sex marriage. However, in 2017, Grand Justice made the JY interpretation, and that interpretation was successful in guaranteeing same-sex marriage being legalized in Taiwan. So the Grand Justice then and the current Constitutional Court plays a very important role and function, that is to protect the rights of the minority. This is the last gatekeeper or chance for the minority. However, when the Constitutional Court is incomplete, during the dialogue with the government, I think you ask about the numbers of the judgment of constitutional courts. Are they becoming less compared to before? And I look it up. In 2022, that's number 6. In 2023, they have 6. And the judicial Yuan said that we have 4 this year. So are there a difference? Yeah, maybe there is a difference, but we are more concerned that an incomplete constitutional court makes it less willing to take cases that are aiming at protecting the rights of the minority. So I think for an organization like us, which promote the rights for diverse gender communities, this is a very serious issue. Of course, we in the past urged that we need to have enough grand justice on constitutional courts, but this is not done yet. On the term of the so-called diverse gender, well, in fact, in the national document of Taiwan, there are very clear usage and definitions. I don't think they are vague. Thank you.
Thank you. You the next, and then go ahead.
Distinguished members, first of all, I would like to thank you for coming here for the Human Rights Progress in Taiwan. And I represent the Association of Financial and Economic Criminal Law Studies. We talked about the legislation of non-discrimination earlier and the delay of the legislation. And in Taiwan, politics sometimes overpowers human rights, I believe, but I'd like to say that it shouldn't be like that. I'd like to highlight an issue that is completely omitted regarding spiritual groups, the non-discrimination legislation of the spiritual groups. The current national report on non-discrimination, equality, and effective remedies has completely omitted issues regarding this one. A critical problem is the state's use of tax measures to incorrectly categorize the believer's devotional act. This results in administrative discrimination against specific religious groups, infringing on their rights to equality and freedom of belief. As an example, the Taijimen case is a prime example. As a spiritual group, the disciples give to the grandmaster, and the part of their it is the part of their religious rites and traditional faith practice. Notably, the courts have already ruled this specific tax matter non-taxable. The NTB, the National Tax Administration, clearly applies disparate standard. No other religious or martial arts group nationwide has ever been taxed or receiving such gift. And this differential treatment is a severe violation of the principle of equality. And my final question to the committee members is that how should the state provide effective remedies to rectify the administrative powers infringements on the right to equality and freedom of belief, especially when the government intervenes in religious autonomy under the pretext of taxation? Thank you.
Thank you. But I really would like to come to the National Human Rights Commission. I think you were the next.
Yes, I want to respond to that particular question. And I think right now, the current law, which is the organization law of the NHRC, does not prevent the division of labor within the 29 ombudsmen. So we have 29 ombudsmen, and 7 of them are designated when they are nominated by the president to be the Human Rights Commissioner. So I don't think there is any law that prevents the division of labor. But there are 2 reasons why they prefer to function as the ombudsman. One is that for the NHRC members, they have to make a group decision. But on the other hand, ombudsman can function on his or her own. So they can make his own decision to initiate investigations. And the second reason is about the working method, because for the ombudsman function, the investigation system is well established. Whereas for the National Human Rights Commission, whether you want to conduct a national inquiry or human rights education, the working methodology has to be developed. And right now, I have to complain that over this past years, they have not been able to develop these methodologies. So I think that is why all the commissioners spend 70–80% of their time as ombudsman rather than a full-time human rights commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
接下来我要针对宪法法院的这个部分。
On the Constitutional Court, as the government representatives responded to a Manfred question, the constitutional judgment number 1 of 2026 seems to have confirmed that the new quorum requirement is unconstitutional. Therefore, with the 8 existing great justices, among them 3 actually refused to take part in the deliberation, and the 5 great justices continue to do their job. However, let me remind you, next September, 4 of the 8 justices, great justices, are going to retire. So the president has to do something to have new candidates approved. Otherwise, by September next year, there will be only 4 great justices left. Even with the quorum reduced to the previous level, it's hard for us to imagine with 4 great justices in office. And supposedly, there should be 15 great justices on the Constitutional Court. How can you expect such few great justices to make constitutional decisions? This is going to be a huge challenge for the democratic legitimacy. This is a crisis, even though with such political gridlock in the parliament, we still hope the government, especially our president, can continue to nominate new candidates for the Grand Justices so that the parliament can approve them. Otherwise, the human rights protection in Taiwan will be undermined tremendously without a functional constitutional court. Thank you. I think in the previous session, you talked about the abolition of the death penalty. I have some different opinions that I would like to share with you. That is, Taiwan is different from the PRC, not only because we support the abolition of the death penalty. Basically, the other side of the Taiwan Strait does not respect the human rights held by their citizens. President Xi owns all the rights, all the powers. But in Taiwan, the people call the shots. The U.S., of course, is a democracy. So we are a democratic state. The people are the masters. We may have diverse opinions among the citizens, but the PRC is a authoritarian regime. You ask if we have seen regression or progress in human rights protection. I think all along we hear different opinions expressed by people, and many groups feel they are treated unfairly by the government. And sometimes for certain groups, if their opinion differs from that of the government, their opinion is not respected. For example, for academic seminars, groups like mine will never be invited to speak, while groups who align with the government's policies are invited to speak for 1 hour. So my question is, you as reviewers, without any accountability, you are not accountable as reviewers, are you?
We said that we would like to have general discussion, and I would really ask you to respect it. Don't come up with individual issues that will be discussed tomorrow and the next day in the 2 different review committees. The question of the death penalty will come up in the Committee on Civil and Political Rights. And there you can, and I know that there are different opinions on the death penalty, but I don't want to really use this time in this general discussion about these issues. So the same is also about certain religious rights, etc. I would really be happy to get from you a more general assessment of the human rights situation in the country. And then we took up the National Human Rights Commission, we took up the Constitutional Court, and I would like to ask also my colleagues here on the bench whether they have very different questions still that we would like to have your feedback in general. So that we better understand what's the current situation and to what extent can we make a positive contribution to the improvement of human rights rather than to the retrogression in the field of human rights. Please.
Taiwan Mothers Shield Association Alliance. Well, we heard a lot of discussion about the progress in enacting a comprehensive anti-discrimination act. I think we still lack consensus because in the draft bill, there are many problems, many issues. The government is unable to provide reasonable explanation or solutions. Because, for example, in the draft bill, we find some provisions may result in new types of discrimination. It may also contribute to excessive litigation or some censorship of people's freedom of thought. And these are the concerns we have raised, but the government has been unable to answer our concerns. We don't want such a law to infringe upon people's basic freedom of speech. We also want the government to stay impartial in their administration. If the government abuses its power, there is no oversight mechanism in place to check and balance such abusive power. So we hope the government can clarify first whether this new bill may harm women's safety and public order. I hope the government can first answer our concerns before talking about when to pass the law. Thank you.
Hi. I joined the first, the second, and the fourth, and I'm from the Taiwan Association for Financial Criminal Law Study, and the Tai Chi Men case is a case that we have our long-term support because these Tai Chi cases in the Control Yuan, and the Control Yuan is the highest human rights institution in Taiwan. There is the NHRC and Tai Chi Men. Early on, it was considered to be a major human rights case in Taiwan. I'm not talking about religious rights, but Tai Chi Men was given a non-guilty verdict in the first, the second, and the third instance. And there is only
not talk about individual cases. We want to have a general discussion about, and I mean, your colleague already raised the case. This is not today the purpose of this exchange of views. We want to have your general assessment of the human rights situation in the country. I think you asked for the floor.
Wait. Oh.
Hi, this is Taiwan Tongzi Hotline Association. I want to respond to a few questions raised earlier. Is there progress or regression of human rights in Taiwan? I think it is stuck. It seems that it is not moving forward. Because in the past several years, the deadlock in legislature makes it very difficult to discuss sensitive human rights issues. And legislators are engaging in their political warfare. They don't review central government's budget, makes the executive branches really difficult to make policies, so they can only use the previous continuous policies. From last year to this year, the budget has been delayed, and the budget for this year, in fact, hasn't been reviewed completely. And the Constitutional Procedure Act is amended to be worse. The Constitutional Court is not incomplete, that's correct, but in the political atmosphere right now, because of the worsening of the amendments, the Constitutional Court has been suspended for a long while. It only restarted last year. Even though there are not a lot of grand justice right now, they still have their functions because they can impact people's rights. Legislature worsened the law, but they didn't propose another solution to address how the Constitutional Court can operate with insufficient grand justice. Even though it is incomplete right now, it is at least functioning. Some other NGOs are saying that they're worried there will be less grand justice next year. That is our concern as well, because many important human rights issues have to be discussed at constitutional court as the last gatekeeper. So that's our big concern. And many of you mentioned NHRC. To be honest, I think I haven't heard much response to that because in these 2 years, the budget of NHRC has been reduced greatly. What they can do is very limited. And with so little budget, they're using extremely limited resource to do something. I think that's commendable already. But this also shows that NHRC is unable to function independently when their budget is limited. So that impact for NGOs is limited as well. That's our observation. Thank you.
Looking at my colleagues, whether you have any kind of questions of a general nature to the non-governmental organizations. Yes, please.
So I have a question for Covenants Watch, because you explained to us that the control yuan is composed of 28 ombudsmen, but of them 7 are designated as human rights commissioners. So can you explain the budget set up for the control yuan vis-a-vis the NHRC? So is it a separate budget? And then you explained that they're working 70 or 80% of their time for the control yuan. Can they work with their control yuan hats as human rights commissioners? So is this 4% figure somewhat artificial because they can operate within the structure of the control yuan? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yes, they can have 2 hats, so they can actually function both as an ombudsman and as a National Human Rights Commissioner. So when they function as ombudsman, they can order the investigation team of the control yuan to do all the investigation. But when the budget was cut, it was cut on the operation cost, but the personnel cost was not cut. So all the investigation team is still there. So that's the part that they can continue to function. And have I answered your question? And the budget is separately listed. So it was the control yuan and a separate budget for the NHRC.
So they have people, but they can't carry out operations.
The people are still there, yes.
I'd also like to add more information about their budget cut. I'll try to answer in Mandarin, okay, to make clear. 其实监察院
So the budget for NHRC, in fact, from the very beginning, had been sufficient. Well, except for the time when their budget was cut last year. Every year, the states allocate almost $200 million for the NHRC for their business, for their operation. However, some core work, which Covenants Watch deemed core work, is commissioned to other academic or other NGOs. For example, in the third review in 2022, at that time, the IRC clearly asked NHRC to conduct national inquiry on right to housing. They were able to do that. They had the budget. But last year, when they did not have sufficient budget, they commissioned that project to a university unit to conduct the national inquiry on right to housing. So it sounds like NHRC is doing it according to what they said in the morning, but all the actual work was done by the National Taipei University. Well, actually, one of the department of that university to conduct a national inquiry. Other than that, on bill consultation, bill review, or some warnings, the Control Act, in fact, provides them with many opportunities to speak about many unfinalized bills, such as the ones about lifetime imprisonment without parole and caning, which are regression. NHRC has the opportunity to submit their opinions at the beginning of the draft, but they didn't do it. They only said, oh, they did some study. So after being asked so many times by NGA, they say that their study was done, but they didn't publish it. But I want to say that the Control Act, in fact, already enabled them to act. But I don't think they are very proactive in taking measures to protect and guarantee human rights. But even so, I want to request the IRC, because their term is going to end on July 31st. So I would like to request IRC to nominate the next term of the commissioners. Even though these terms of commissioners are not doing well enough, but we still think that the next term of the commissioners can do better. But we need to have the list of the candidates before July 31st. So we request IRC to make sure that the government will ensure the continued existence of the NHRC and operational one.
A question, a legal question on the Constitutional Court. There should be 15 judges. Now there are 8. What is the presence quorum? So can, if it would only be 4 judges, can they still deliver and take decisions, or what is the current after the court decided that the additional quorum requirements have been abolished with 10 and 9? But what is now the quorum that you need in order to deliberate and in order to decide? Whoever knows.
I want to object to the chair. I think everyone should be able to have one chance of speaking. It should be average. I don't want to listen to the same person speaking for 3 times. I'm not here for a lecture. I think this is fundamental rights. Everyone.
Please.
This question is a little bit complicated, and I hope I can be brief and clear. I think many years ago, when we had started to have the Constitutional Court, we hope that the present number of the judges have to reach a threshold, maybe half of them or 60 or 2/3 of them, then they can have the court. But the legislature changed to a specific number, 10 judges instead of a percentage. That is to say, if there are 15 judges and then there are only 8 left, they can never have the court. Then the requirement becomes 10. So these 8 judges announced that that amendment was unconstitutional, so that didn't apply. So during the time when the 8 judges had the court, was it constitutional or unconstitutional? So that's controversial here, because some people believe that the act had to be changed in order to allow a different quorum, but some people believe that the act was constitutional. So these 8 people are able to announce that the 10 people threshold is okay.
Now the old quorum is again in place, and I would like to understand what is this old quorum.
Because the new requirement is 10, but that it is announced unconstitutional. So we go back to the percentage threshold now.
What is the percentage?
半。
2/3。
2/3? Third for the appearance and no, and half for making a decision, no matter unconstitutional or constitutional. So it's incumbent member.
But 2/3 from 15 is 10.
2/3 from the incumbent, the justice serving on the bench.
So
not
of the 8.
So 2/3 of the sitting judges.
Yeah, so it's 8 right now. So 2/3 of the 8 is the basic minimum for, yeah.
And then they decide with a simple majority.
Simple majority for the sitting judges appear making the decision, yeah.
Maybe I missed a point. Earlier today, we had someone who was speaking from the court. He was sitting in the row in front of you, I think. And she said that there had been 4 decisions this year.
Yes.
And that was normal, that was consistent with previous productivity of the court. Was she telling us the correct answer?
It depends because there's no requirement for how many cases should be made for a year or any timeline. So I think we have a fellow saying that, so previously in 2022 or 23, there are like 6 cases in May, and now we have 4. So it's just practically the same, I would say. So no, I think there's no delay or no progress for speaking from the number itself.
Actually, I think they provide the amount of cases, the case flows for the past 3 years, and for the 2021, it's like 11 cases in total, but for 2022 and 2023, the total amount of cases that have dealt with within 1 year is around 20. So I would say that actually I think the case counts is lower than the average for the past 3 years.
Can you tell us what explains that? Is it because litigants don't take cases to the court, or is it because who takes the cases to the court? Why? Is it the court's fault? I guess is my question.
To do with because of the lower number of judges that can take care of the cases.
You mean they have pending cases that they're not dealing with? And do you have the number, how many cases are pending that they're not able to deal with? Is that public?
I think we can submit the numbers later. I think I think the numbers are available to the public, so we can submit that later.
So was it a bit misleading for her to suggest that everything was normal in the court and that this was a normal rate?
Well, in fact, one of the legislators proposed that we change the required quorum from a percentage to statutory number. So the constitutional justices would have 15. And then 2/3 of the great justices must be present for deliberation. That's 10. And for any constitutional decisions to be made, 8 have to concur. So now the Constitutional Court judgments we heard have been made by 5 grand justices. That's why some legislators say these judgments are unconstitutional because only 5 justices made the judgments. The other 3 disagree and are opposed to this practice.
I'd like to thank you for both this follow-up information on the National Human Rights Commission and on the Constitutional Court. And thank you to the last speaker for that point. Because if you combine the questions asked by Professor Novak earlier on today and by myself, the question is not just one of productivity, but actually how many of the sitting judges are productive And then a further question of, if you have a constitutional court made up of 15 judges, does the constitutional court lose legitimacy or authority when only 5 judges are functioning? So these are all relevant questions, and you've been very helpful in the information that you've provided us.
Thank you. I think, Okay. Please.
So independent living Taiwan speaking, based on my observation, we have seen some progress. Yet there are 2 issues. That is, there's some dislocation between different rights. And the articles of the covenants may be construed differently or interpreted differently in Taiwan. In terms of the dislocation, for example, the CRPD is not yet fully incorporated into different systems. For example, you heard the competent authorities said that the CRPD is confined to the welfare or benefits for people with disabilities, and that does not impact the long-term care policies. That's a disconnection. And for people with disabilities, they may suffer multiple disabilities, and they may have multiple identities. They may be children, they may be of different genders, ethnic minorities, or they may be migrant workers. So if you do not take these into consideration at the same time, then there will be some disconnection for us to enjoy our full rights. As for the misinterpretation or different interpretation of the CRPD articles, for example, we need to have personal assistance services. Yet, at the community level, there are so many constraints and restrictions as to what we can do or what we cannot do. So even though we live in the community, we still lead a life like we are living in an institution, because the government keeps telling you, oh, you have to do this and that so that you can be on your own. As for Anti-Discrimination Act, we know there should be some reasonable accommodation, but the government is unwilling to face this requirement. They only accommodate, make necessary accommodation in terms of, say, public transportation, employment, and education. In other areas, they refuse to make reasonable accommodation. They would say, oh, we need to have some guidance first. We need to make some outreach efforts so that people can be aware and receptive to these new measures. So to us, people with disabilities, that's unacceptable. Thank you.
Before for the floor. You're sitting here, yes. Okay. Please.
Taiwan Indigenous Youth Public Participation Alliance. I would like to go back to Chair Novak's question on the Constitutional Court. If we file a petition to the court and it's pending, then we don't know who the litigant is. There's no publicly available information on that. On indigenous people's rights, I would say now, on the surface, it seems rather progressive. As we heard this morning, some reviewers say that our progress is being watched by other indigenous peoples in different countries. But if we look at the Pingpu People Identity Act, in the legislative process, there are many problems. Now, with the People Identity Act, you may get this identity or status. However, there are very stringent prerequisites before you can get that status. And FPIC is another issue. The government has set some consultation mechanism, but this mechanism is designed in such a way that the voices of the tribes in question has been diluted to a great extent. For example, the handling of the nuclear waste. A few years ago, some reviewers discussed with us how the nuclear waste can be best handled and stored. A couple of years ago, there's a referendum in Taiwan about the nuclear waste relocation. Basically, the government set a very large site for nuclear waste storage. However, this nuclear waste will be stored at a very specific area in the site, and people's voice in that particular community will be diluted because all the people in that large site will have a say. So the consultation mechanism may be in place, but government makes it very difficult for people who are actually affected voice their opposition. Rather, people who may benefit from the decisions will have a larger say as a result. And then the government say, see, we have done the FPIC, we respect human rights. So I would say FPIC has not been fully implemented.
So we have to close this session. Many thanks for all the ones who contributed to provide us with a more general feeling or assessment of the current human rights situation. I'm sorry if I had to interrupt some who came up with very specific issues. You have the possibility we have tomorrow and on Wednesday after every session there is also a dialogue with NGOs where, for instance, in particular, if it's about the death penalty, religious rights under the respective articles of the two covenants, these issues can be raised again. But sorry that we have... And of course, yeah, if you have papers, you can submit them to us as others have done. I wish you a very nice evening and look forward to seeing you tomorrow again. Thanks a lot.
That concludes today's review meeting. Tomorrow we are going to start at 8:30 in room 1101.